For that, I would like to turn to Ambassador John Cotton Richmond, who leads the State Department's Office to Monitor and Combat Trafficking in Persons. Ambassador Richmond is presently the most senior U.S. official dedicated to the fight against trafficking, but previously served as a prosecutor with over a decade's experience in the Justice Department's Human Trafficking Unit, and co-founded the Human Trafficking Institute, where he co-authored the first U.S. federal human trafficking report in 2018, which collected and analyzed all active federal trafficking cases in the United States. His work to combat human trafficking has been recognized with many awards from both the U.S. government and civil society organizations, and I am pleased that he will be able to join us today, albeit in a virtual format, to share his wealth of experience. So, please join me in welcoming Ambassador Richmond.
非常谢谢处长。那接下来呢，我们美国无任所大使 John Cotton Richmond 也特别为了我们2020年的防治人口贩运国际工作坊呢，先录制了一段短讲哦。接下来呢，邀请各位贵宾一同来观赏。And thank you once again to Director Christensen from the AIT. And next, we're going to play a recorded talk from Mr. John Cotton Richmond, U.S. Ambassador at Large.
And my sincerest thanks to the National Immigration Agency and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for inviting us to participate in this event. My name's John Richmond, and I am the U.S. Ambassador to monitor and combat trafficking in persons, and I'm so grateful to participate here today, although I wish I could participate in person. Dr. Christensen accurately depicted the successes of Taiwan authorities in combating trafficking in persons over the past several years. Successes that have earned 11 consecutive years on the Tier 1 ranking for the Department of State's Trafficking in Persons report, the very highest ranking possible. We've seen firsthand how this dedication has paid dividends in this global fight for freedom. And it's not just the authorities who've demonstrated a strong commitment to fight trafficking. Taiwan has an active, thriving, and vocal array of civil society organizations, all working to ensure that Taiwan can stop traffickers, protect victims, and prevent this crime by dismantling the systems that make it easier for traffickers to operate. We've learned a great deal from these groups during our own travel through Taiwan, and have been honored to carry their messaging in our publications, engagement, and public diplomacy. In 2018, we had the distinct pleasure of awarding Taiwan's own Allison Lee the Tip Hero Award for her efforts to organize, protect, and tirelessly advocate against forced labor in Taiwan's fishing industry. Now, the tragic collapse in 2019 of the Nanfang Ao Bridge in Yilan killed several foreign fishermen who were forced to sleep on their boats rather than allowed to go ashore while in port. And I understand that at least one of these fishermen, an Indonesian man, had recently been injured while performing back-breaking work aboard a vessel in Indonesian waters. He'd lost a finger, and his captain had begrudgingly allowed him a day or two in a local Indonesian hospital before attempting to set sail again, his hand far from healed. The fisherman called Allison, who got in touch with one of her local Taiwan labor official contacts, and ultimately, together, they were able to press the captain to agree to a week in the hospital. But after that week had passed, even though the fisherman's hand had not yet healed, the captain forced him to get back on the boat and sailed to Taiwan. And while sleeping on board the ship on October 1st, was crushed to death under the collapsing bridge. Amid significant pressures from local business associations and local officials to remain quiet about this heartbreaking story, Allison began collecting resources for their families and speaking out publicly about forced labor in fishing vessels. We would like to recognize and thank Allison for her enduring advocacy which continues to inspire us all, and which we feel is a guiding symbol of Taiwan's dedicated civil society landscape. Through our very frank discussions with authorities and civil society groups alike, we have learned much about how traffickers, whether they are individuals, businesses, recruitment agencies, ship owners, or others who benefit from forced labor, we've learned about how traffickers target migrant workers on the island of Taiwan, as well as foreign seafarers working from its vast maritime commercial activities, because traffickers want to target the vulnerable. Taiwan is host to more than 700,000 foreign workers employed as home caregivers and domestic workers, or in farming, manufacturing, meat processing, construction, and fishing. Some of these workers incur substantial debts to pay recruitment brokers in their home countries or in Taiwan. And these debts are tools of coercion in the hands of traffickers who want to obtain or retain their labor through means of coercion. Coercion comes easy for traffickers who force domestic workers and home caregivers to provide labor. Their victims often live in their employer's residence, making it difficult for others to monitor their working and living conditions. According to one survey, 90% of employers of migrant domestic caregivers in Taiwan withhold their victims' travel and identity documents as a means to compel their labor. Foreign seafarers are also particularly vulnerable to senior crew members who intend to force them to work. Documented and undocumented Chinese, Indonesian, Filipino, Vietnamese fishermen working on Taiwan-owned or flagged fishing vessels experience non-payment or underpayment of wages, long working hours, physical abuse, lack of food or medical care, denial of sleep and substandard safety equipment, as well as poor living conditions, while indebted to a complex of multinational brokerage networks. The owners and operators of these fishing vessels use threats of physical violence, beatings, withholding water and food, retention of those identity documents, wage deductions, forced cost sharing while on board these vessels, and often for months or years at a time without ever coming ashore. And they use these methods to force victims to work. Senior crew members even force migrant workers to fish illegal stock, including threatened and endangered or protected species, placing the migrant fishermen at high risk of criminalization. And this is a common tactic of traffickers all over the world. They cause their victims to engage in unlawful conduct to make sure that if governments ever investigate, the police will arrest the victims instead of the traffickers. These practices contaminate global seafood supply chains, impacting countless markets around the world. Just this past week, U.S. Customs and Border Protection issued a second enforcement action against a Taiwan-owned, Vanuatu-flagged fishing vessel for continued forced labor practices. Customs and Border Protection's Office of Trade directed the issuance of the withhold release order against a ship based on information that reasonably indicates the crime of forced labor by means of physical force, debt manipulation, withholding of wages, and abusive living and working conditions. With all these issues in mind, Director Christensen indicated Taiwan still has a lot of work to do. Over the past years, we've had many productive conversations about these issues with people like Allison Lee, as well as Minister without portfolio Lord Bing Chung, head of Taiwan's Interagency Tip Task Force. Through these conversations, we've collected some observations about things Taiwan can do to address forced labor in maritime industries. In the area of law enforcement, we've talked about how Taiwan increased inspections of fishing vessels in 2019 to identify trafficking victims. In the future, Taiwan should continue to increase the frequency of these inspections, particularly within its distant water fleet, and refer all possible forced labor cases for criminal investigation and prosecution of the senior crew vessel members as well as the owners. Additionally, enacting and implementing policies to expedite maritime forced labor investigations would help prevent suspects from fleeing prior to facing justice. And to help law enforcement with streamlined investigations to access information, Taiwan should require all deep water fishing vessels to use standard international maritime call signs, and it should register all Taiwan-owned and Taiwan-flagged fishing vessels' names, licenses, authorized operation areas, and foreign hired crew manifest in a single, standardized database system. In the area of victim protection, we understand that not all maritime inspection authorities are familiar with how to identify or refer victims of human trafficking. Taiwan should strive to train these inspectors on victim identification, referral to care, and notification of law enforcement procedures. This will involve comprehensive, victim-centered interviews among foreign fishing crew members to screen possible forced labor during portside and at-sea vessel inspections. This will also involve expanding the authority to formally identify victims beyond law enforcement to other key stakeholders in an effort to direct, detect, and combat trafficking. Some of the most immediately achievable steps Taiwan can take in the fight against human trafficking, not just in maritime industries, but in general, are in the area of prevention. There are often red flags or clear signs of trafficking vulnerabilities in the practices of unscrupulous labor recruitment brokerage systems. Observers suggest Taiwan could prevent abusive recruitment agencies from operating if civil society groups had formal input into the licensure process. Recruitment agencies and employers often create the very vulnerabilities in migrant fishermen that they later exploit. Taiwan should ban recruitment agencies and employers from charging foreign workers any recruitment fees, service fees, or deposits, and they should enforce the ban. Employers should bear these costs. The authorities can then strengthen efforts of oversight over all foreign worker recruitment and placement agencies and process to screen for these abusive indicators and stop them before they lead to human trafficking. Finally, Taiwan should enact a full ban on retention of all migrant workers' identity and travel documents by employers. Employers just should not keep their employees' important documents. We have been so encouraged to watch Taiwan take landmark steps each year to combat trafficking, and we've been grateful for the opportunity to continue to learn from and engage with Taiwan's interagency task force and the vibrant civil society community. We look forward to continuing these discussions during and after this workshop, and we eagerly await news of further improvements as we look to Taiwan's efforts in 2020. Thank you for allowing me to participate today. I'm grateful for your partnership, and I look forward to what is to come. I'm glad we're in this fight together.
Thank you very much to Ambassador Richmond. Taiwan still has a lot to do. That is why we have to have more cooperation with the United States and more friendly allies all over the world to make our anti-human trafficking work more effective and more comprehensive. 我们再次谢谢美国无任所大使为我们带来的这个录影以及片段的分享哦。那台湾呢也会持续的和美国以及世界其他友好的这个国家一起来合作，共同让我们的打击人口贩运的工作做得更好、更加的完善哦。那接下来呢，我们就要正式进入到我们2020年国际工作坊的第一个议题专题演讲了 ，Ladies and gentlemen. And now we're going to move on to the keynote speeches. 那我们2020年 防治人口贩运国际工作坊呢，总共分成了4大议题哦。那我们今天的第一个议题呢，要将重点放在防治人口贩运的整体策略哦。The first topic of 2020 International Workshop on Combating Human Trafficking is the global trends of human trafficking prevention. 那我们要有请我们第一个议题的主持人是行政院防治人口贩运协调汇报的刘黄丽娟委员哦，会为我们主持这个议题的场次，为我们介绍讲者以及带领这个议题的相关的双向交流以及讨论。让我们掌声欢迎刘黄丽娟老师 ，Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, please join me in welcoming Professor Li Juan Liu Huang, Cabinet Anti-Tip Task Force Committee Member. 刘黄老师有请，我们掌声欢迎老师。
So thank you, Chair. So today, in this session, we are going to discuss about the global trends and strategy about fighting against human trafficking. And since we have a very excellent simultaneous interpretation, so I'm going to speak in Mandarin, so my mother tongue. 所以我们今天早上呢，这个场次主要是希望能够从国际的策略来看，我们整个人口贩运跟强迫劳动的这个部分到底到现在，那么整个国际的发展的趋势是什么？哈，那么今天早上我们的安排也非常的特别，因为刚刚各位有看到哈，我们这一次的国际工作坊特别加重了有关于公民团体跟企业，也就是雇主端的这种协调跟合作，所以各位可以看到今天上午有一个这个联合的宣言，跟企业的这个部分。那么接下来的演讲里面，我们这一次呢，我们总共会有2位主讲，那么1位评论，那时间都是30分钟。所以我们在第一个场次，第一位 the first speaker, let's welcome Ms. Lisette Herkmans-Beckers. Yes, so she will be the first keynote speaker. So let's welcome her. And the topic is about corporate social responsibility and preventing forced labor in supply chain. The Dutch approach. Thank you, Lisette.
Good morning, everybody. I hope nobody is escaping the room anymore because we had the first line empty at the moment, and I hope I have your interest for the coming 30 minutes to talk about the Dutch approach to this very important topic. Very thankful for the organization for inviting me to tell a little bit about how we do it in the Netherlands and how we approach this very combating human trafficking, a very important subject. At the moment, to introduce myself, at the moment I'm working from the Netherlands office in Taipei. But before I had some different postings as well. And one of the postings was in Washington, D.C. And there was head of consular for our mission over there. But actually it was not only for the States, it was for the whole Western Hemisphere. That means I was head of the consular section for the Northern, the Middle, the Southern Americas, but also the Caribbean. And especially the Caribbean was very interesting for a country like us. We're a very small country. But in the Caribbean, we also have some parts of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. So actually, that meant that for my position, I was dealing with the external but also internal affairs and looking and also seeing the trafficking from other countries also to part of our country. And I hope I can tell you a little bit more in the future, in the coming 30 minutes about it, but it was quite interesting. And for this one, although it says corporate social responsibility, for me, I will focus on the social responsibility, because social for me is for everybody, for every human being. Trafficking human beings is important because it's against a person. It is about violation of fundamental rights of the victim. That's why we think also from the Netherlands it's a very important subject. We have a lot of focus on that one. And I think it's good that we go a little bit further and see what, to see what actually is this human trafficking. So we go a little bit to the definitions. As I'm the first speaker, I think it's good to have to see what are we meaning with the human trafficking. I will tell you a little bit more about the barrier model. That's a model that we use in the Netherlands. Also about our working method and about the case. The definition of human trafficking is based on the Palermo Protocol. And the Palermo Protocol, that, well, it says already, in the year 2000, there was a meeting in Palermo in Italy, and at that time they came with, together they came with the definition about actually what is this human trafficking. And it has to do with the act, the means, and the purpose. As you can see, the act itself, but also the means and the purpose. For minors, what you see is a little bit different, because for the minors, the means is not there, in the way that if something happening, and it is exploitation of minors, we, from the Netherlands at least, we are not telling if that was a forced thing or not. As soon as you do something like that with minors, it's already enough to have the act and the purpose. For the adult ones, it's a different case. If you look at this one, you see that we have the human trafficking in our law as well, because usually you have to make sure that people know it's a criminal thing. So it's again humanity, so means that also we have it in our Dutch law. And we have some penalties for that one. The maximum term is like 15 years in prison, but usually what we see is that it's not the maximum that we have. In general, it's like 2 years maximum in the penalties if you look at the ones that we penalized. In general, what you see in the Netherlands, we do not have so many victims. The estimation is about 5,000 till 7,500 a year. But my belief is that every one person is one too much. So I think we still have to do a lot there. I also want to tell something about the people smuggling, because sometimes people think like, you know, I'm not into trafficking. I only bring a person from one place to the other one. That's a smuggling thing, and I'm not interfering in the exploitation of the people. Yes, in one way it is true. If you look in our law, it's a different penalty as well. I mean, if you look at the maximum, it's like 8 years of sentence in the prison. But I really think it's a big but here, because if you do something with smuggling, it means actually that you do something illegal. That means that you put a person to a certain destination where it arrives illegal. That means for me, it means that you're putting a person very vulnerable in a certain place. And although maybe in the first time they didn't think about exploitation or whatever, as soon as people are vulnerable, I think then we have to watch out for that one. So although the whole thing of smuggling feels a little bit different maybe than from trafficking, I think it's quite related to each other. So although the whole idea is that smuggling, as we call it, is that you have like an illegal entry in a country, and about trafficking for the humans is about really human rights violation, I still think that we look at them together. We do understand that trafficking is different, but if you do the smuggling, you're already part of the chain. So that's why I want to make sure that we do understand that also smugglers are also, in my point of view, important part of the chain that we have to look at and have to be penalized. Having done the definitions, I go to the barrier model. The barrier model is actually that what we look at is not only, you know, trafficking, really the traffic itself. Traffic from one place to the other one, but see the whole picture. It means that what we actually do is that we look at all kinds of aspects. The whole social chain is, in our believing, is important for that one, and especially hopefully in that way also to prevent this human trafficking. And what we think, as soon you can start already by preventing it, the sooner is the better. Avoiding is the best thing that we could achieve, in my belief. And if you look at the barrier, you see like we have 6 columns. And the 6 columns are actually the aspects where we look at. What are the aspects of the trafficking? If you look at the recruitment, it already starts in the country or the place of the source. In the source, there's the first contact. There they try to find people. They do it in different ways, but that's the recruitment is in the source of the person. But you also have something like identity or an entry. So like visa applications, fake passports, fake contracts, airlines, tickets, you know, that's also an aspect that we can look at. And what we do every time with the aspect means you have a chance to do something there, to put a barrier to avoid this or to prevent this. And also if you look at the resident status, as a person arrives in the destination, it should live somewhere. So there is a residence. Sometimes you see like people are coming in with tourist visa and they do an overstay. That means something is not okay. There is something going wrong. And also there we have to look at the resident status of people who are coming into the country and in that place and have a kind of, you can look at the status there. You can do things there as well, have a barrier. The other thing is housing. Usually these people are not renting a place themselves, but usually there are other people doing that. But you have to think like if there is a place where it is packed with people, you can think like, is this a normal situation? Is there maybe something wrong? So also for housing is an aspect that we look into it. Also for work. I mean, work is the 5th column here, is sometimes they have a work permit, but a lot of times the workplace is hidden. So there's something strange there. You have to look at the workplace. Where are the work? We have all kinds of inspectors for those. And at the 6th column, it's financial. At the end, it's also a lot about money. Money is involved anywhere. Where it starts, where it ends, people making money over other people. So the financial aspect is also a very important aspect that you can look at. So the whole thing of those 6 are actually the 6 aspects that we look at as the barrier model means you can draw a barrier there. You can do something with it. So let's see if we, what you could do. If you still remember maybe the 6 columns, the first column was about the recruitment. At that time, if you look at the first column, the national and the local authority in the source country are very important. At that time, people are there. People are recruited. What can you do? What can you not do? I think it's very important that you also can make sure that you have the that you track those members of those recruitment organization. Usually it's a kind of trafficking organization. They earn a lot of money with that as well. That's really where it starts. So doing kind of prevention over there, have some regulations in place and try to track them and penalize them. I think that's a very important way you can do that. The second column was about recruitment. Recruitment looks like embassy, immigration officers, because, you know, sorry, the second one was about identity, entry. Hello? Oh, yeah. Entry identity, that means they are entering a country. Something needs to be done before you can enter a country. So you can look at the fake passports, the visas, but you can also look at airlines. You can look at all kinds of transport companies. That's the moment that people are transporting and entering. So there's a barrier you can look at as well. And that's what we try to do as well from our side as well. So you see, for instance, in the Netherlands, we have like 13 to 14 people in different places worldwide who are also looking at that side. Like people are going to the Netherlands. What are they doing? What is the way of entering? So they look really in the airports to see what they can do and if there's something strange for that one as well. The third column is about the residence status. Like we had to talk to people. It's that people should have a certain status there. If they come in on the simple visa, then they shouldn't overstay the visa. So also there you have people who are taking people to them. We think sometimes about fake marriage, you know. It seems like I'm married to a person, but in reality it's not the case. So there are people at the destination who are taking care of a kind of residence status that's not the correct one. We also see, for instance, that we have certain, we call that referees. And if they apply for a visa, it's a referee, a referent, that they can look at and say, okay, these are also people in the destination. They are also not okay. They're also working with this whole chain. So for residence status, it's also good to look at that one. And sometimes people are really aware of what they're doing. Sometimes you also have a kind of unknown involvement. It will not be the first time that people really think maybe that they marry somebody, and that's not true. Can be very simple for you and very naive maybe, but it's really reality as well. So it's not always that people on purpose already think in the beginning, I do something what is not okay, I do something illegal, and it turns out at the end to be illegal. So it's kind of that people are really aware, but sometimes unknown in their involvement in the whole chain. If you look at the fourth column, it's about housing. We already talked about the housing itself. You have all kinds of landlords, slumlords, we call them as well. Also housing associations, also in the Netherlands, where we try to find housing for people. Also asylum seekers. Sometimes they have that kind of status. It's always, everywhere they are coming in. We still think you should be very alert on what's happening there as well. You can feel if things are really strange, look at it, we're going to inspect it and see what's going on. Also there you can put barriers to make sure that not these illegal activities are taking place. Then we look at the fifth one is the work. The fifth one, the work, it's about what I said already. We have the labor inspectors in our, we have also the police. I think this is really a very important point as well to put in here, because here you also have the buyers. I call it the buyers of the services. I mean, there is work, people can work as long as people really would like certain services. There's always a question of getting some service that you request for. In our belief also the buyers are part of this whole chain. Usually they do know if something is illegal. They will see if it's something illegal. So although maybe sometimes they are known, if you request a little bit further, it's not always that unknown. So we say like in this whole work environment, it's very important to do that. And already what you saw is that in the beginning I was talking a lot about the country of the source where people are coming from, then from the traveling. But we're getting more and more to the point where you go to the destination. You know, the trafficking is already done. And then this whole exploitation in the country of destination, that's the part where it really gets scary. There you really see the more violent and the criminal and legal actions as well. And sometimes it didn't, like I said, it didn't start that way, but it ended up that way. So especially in the destination, that's the part where I think we have to focus a lot. And the last thing, the last one here is about financial. Financial, there's money involved. So if you want to have barriers, you want people to look at that, we look also at our tax authorities. But we also look at the money launderers. There's a lot of regulation for that one as well. But also for certain banks, many transfer agents, money is money. And there's a big cash flow. You have to look at how things are going over there as well. So in general, what you could say is that what we try to do is that we look at the different aspects. I gave you some examples here and there. That it is not only the traffic itself, but especially the whole chain. And it's a social responsibility. It's a social responsibility that we have to work together because they are crossing borders. They go from one country to the other country. But it's a joint responsibility, I think a very social responsibility to work together to combat this human trafficking. And you have to do that in different places. So looking at the working method that we issue in the Netherlands, actually is the focus is on collecting data. That's the most important thing that we do. So collecting data for all these kind of aspects together. See if you find relations, something trends, something, you see that something is not common, it's very unusual. That's the moment that we're going to look at that. So I just had a few things here because we in the Netherlands, we especially are looking at the sexual exploitation. That's the main human trafficking in our country, in our kingdom. And what you see actually, if you have all these different aspects, and we have so many systems nowadays, so many kind of digital, sometimes connected worldwide systems. If you look at that and you collect the data, and you look at it, and you train your staff to recognize what they have to look at, see the connections, you can find a lot. That's my experience, what I had myself as well. But also participating in meetings like this, international meetings, share experience with each other as well, help each other in finding these kind of trends and trafficking is very important as well. And what you see is the 4P approach, but that's the one that's the theme of this conference. I mean, we had the 4 Ps already here, like the prosecution, you need that. If there's no prosecution, it's a criminal act. You have to tell people what you are doing is not okay. So that's what we do in the Netherlands as well. That's why I started as well, that it is also implemented in our law and it's a criminal act. But protection is very important because protection means for the victims. If the victims are not daring to step up, to speak out, also we need the victims to find these people who are doing the illegal things with them. In the Netherlands, what we do is that if people are cooperating, they get the protection. They always get the assistance if it's legal, financial, but we tell them like, please work with us. We protect you for this. Don't be afraid. Stand up, speak out, because with that we can really find them and penalize the people who are doing things to you. And the prevention, of course, trying to avoid these kind of situations is the best thing that you can do. So we have all kinds of information campaigns, but there's also information campaigns, like we said, it's not only in the destination, it's also in the source countries. Tell people, inform people what can happen to them. You know, try as much as possible that people are aware of what can happen to them and people in the destination are aware what can happen in the neighborhood. Try to make the much prevention as possible. And of course the partnership, because what I told you already, I mean, maybe the destination can be the Netherlands, but you know, something happened before already. So we need each other. We need each other to exchange information, to cooperate together, and to have joint investigations, joint teams to combat this, this human trafficking. I did a little bit of a Googling, and so like, what are actually our partners if we look in cooperation? Well, this is a list, and this is not even all. But it means like, there is so many partners, so many organizations that you have to work with and can work with to do something about it. And of course, you can see, of course, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Justice, but also all kind of other organizations as well. The social part is really important as well. In the Netherlands, we have a national reporter for human trafficking. His name is Mr. Bolhaar. He was appointed in February 2018, and he's our national reporter. So in the way that he's really looking into what's happening, and every year reports to our government, but also in the public report, about what he saw, and to make sure that we can learn from that again and have a new focus for the next time, for the next years. I told you already about my background when I was doing the whole Western Hemisphere. Yes, I saw a lot of cases. And actually, in the beginning, it was a little bit strange in my feeling, because it was about the sexual exploitation of women in part of our kingdom in the Caribbean. And the first reaction from my side was actually like, what are these women doing? Come on, you don't want this. So we have to tell them that they can and they should not do this. But if you look further, I changed my opinion. Why? Because, well, the thing is that not everybody is born in a very nice environment. Not everybody is born in a very wealthy country. So what you saw actually is that the people, the women who came to our kingdom, part of our kingdom, were coming from a complete different environment. It was not so nice to be there. It was very dangerous over there. And they didn't have money. They didn't have money to feed their kids. So I guess, and that's why I changed my opinion as well, if people are really aware of that, what they are doing, and it's a legal thing in our kingdom, then it's not that I should tell them that they are doing the wrong thing. It's their right to decide whatever they want to do. But I think it's very important that we make sure that they are aware of what they do, because sometimes I saw that as well, that they came to our missions, to our embassies, and they had a kind of fake contract. And then we had to interview them, and they had the idea that they're going to do dancing. You know, dancing in nightclubs. It's a different thing. So we really want to make sure that that's part of our job, I guess, at that point, is that making sure that people will really aware of what they're going to do. And if they chose to do so, then it's okay. It's not an illegal act to do in our country, in our kingdom. So they could travel to our part of the kingdom as well. But on our side, the destination part is also a very important awareness, especially with the national police. So to look into the situation over there, because we can have everything with contracts. We can have making sure that people are aware. But as soon as they arrive and they are like the passport are taken from them, you put them in a more vulnerable position. They cannot choose about exactly what they're going to do. So it's ruled by other people. That's the moment as well that our domestic authorities has to come in. Our local authorities in our kingdom at that point have to step up as well. So in general, that was actually my experience, because first, I think maybe if you're from a very wealthy country like I was as well, in the Netherlands, you think, first of all, like, what are these women doing? But later on, you think like, you know, admire is maybe not the best word for it, but I do respect their choice. And I think from our country, we have to make sure that if they make a choice like this, and it's a legal act what they do, we have to make sure that we prevent and protect them, that everything is as they are discussed, as is this organized, as it is legal, and they are not going into any illegal environment. That is, I guess, our responsibility as well. And it's not only from the authorities, but also, I think, from every human being. If we witness things like this, it's also our, I think, duty to step in and go to our local authorities and mention what is happening there. So somebody at least can have a look what is going on over there. So that's a kind of personal story that I had myself. It was a very, I think, very unique experience to have a complete region where everything is in, the abroad things, but also our domestic part. But it was, although it was on a very small level, it was very interesting to look how things are going in that way. And for me, it was a very good lesson learned. And that's the one I would like to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
我们接下来的这位主讲人，因为今天是使用同步视讯的方式哈，所以各位可以在我们的荧幕上看到我们这位主讲人。那么我们接下来的这一个主题是来自香港的何佩芝律师。我们是不是先掌声欢迎何律师？你可以看得到。这个是预录的 ，OK， 好，那么
大家好，Thank you very much。
好，抱歉，这个是预录的哈，所以它不是同步的。那么何律师的这个演讲呢，它主要是从香港的这个角度，尤其特别针对政府部门哈，所以是政府如何能够真正帮助人口贩运的受害者，所以它是以香港为例。那么我想我们现在就开始何律师的这个演讲。
大家好，Thank you very much for inviting me to your workshop this year. It's a real privilege to be part of this, and I'm really excited for the conversations that we can all be having around how to develop and improve the protection we can provide to victims of trafficking, as well as how, with whatever resources we each have, we can combat the work of human traffickers. Now, anyways, for today, I hope to present a little bit about what I've learned from patterns of human trafficking in Hong Kong. And I bear in mind that given the proximity and geographic locations between Hong Kong and Taiwan, that there may be lessons that we can share. And there are some patterns of trafficking which I believe we may see in both our territories. So, I hope to share whatever I can, and I'd love to hear questions from you at the end of this. Now, just to start us off, I want to share a little bit about the history of human trafficking in Hong Kong. Now, I wanted to do this because I think for so many of us, this whole concept and topic of human trafficking seems like a new thing. It's a recent trend that we're talking about it. But actually, in our communities, we've seen these types of problems from a very long time ago. Now, in Hong Kong, we have actually seen a system that we called Mui Zai system. And where basically what you had was a lot of families from mainland China, when they came to Hong Kong or went to different parts of China, they would bring along with them a close cousin or somebody from their village who have lost their families, bring them to the new place that they settle in. And these girls, usually girls, end up being their helpers, domestic servants. And they call them Mui Zai. I believe that you may have had some of this in Taiwan as well. Now, what's really interesting is, there's lots of stories, even books that I've read, that talks about how some families have treated Mui Zais very well, and they've been treated as part of families. But we all actually also know about how Muay Thais have been used in a way that almost make them seem like slaves, as we would understand in modern day language. Now, what's quite interesting is in Hong Kong, when it was subject to British rule, that a long time ago there was already the abolition of slavery. But interestingly, the British rulers in Hong Kong at the time didn't really know how to deal with this whole system of Muay Thai, because this system was seen at the time as a cultural practice, and they didn't want to offend, I think, the cultural norms, and so they didn't feel that they were able to just abolish the whole system of Muay Thai. And so actually, for many, many years, the system of Muay Thai actually continued to operate in Hong Kong. And that was actually only abolished at a much later time. And in Hong Kong, we've actually even seen, I think, some cases concerning Muay Thai as recent as 2008. Now, I bring this up not to say, hey, nowadays we need to tackle the system of Muay Thai. No, I believe this is a historic issue. But what we do see nowadays is that this has evolved into a new type of problem in Hong Kong. Now, Hong Kong population has continued to use domestic servants, but now they're not really, Muay Thais or slaves, but they're employed domestic helpers, and usually they're foreign domestic helpers. In Hong Kong, they're usually from the Philippines, Indonesia, or some other Southeast Asian countries, even from South Asia as well. And with this system, generally it's legal. It's a system which allows for foreign workers to apply to work in Hong Kong. The whole arrangement and regime can be done legally. And what you have is a lot of workers who are able to benefit from the system. And you have a lot of Filipino helpers who have this opportunity to earn a lot more money to bring home. I believe there may be similar systems in Taiwan. Now, the problem here is that even though generally this is a legal regime, however, what you have is that there are a lot of people who exploit the system and actually inflict forced labor on a lot of these domestic helpers. Now, this is not something that is endorsed by the government at all, or encouraged by the legal system, but it is something that happens very logically because the whole system of domestic helpers is that they are forced to sleep in the employer's homes, and therefore often they end up working around the clock. Very often, if you have a less reasonable employer, there could be a lot of verbal or physical assaults that can happen. A lot of them don't actually end up having sufficient rest. A lot of them aren't actually paid properly, and sometimes we hear of cases where they're not actually paid at all. And when you have an extreme circumstance, which I can't exhaustively account for, you may have situations of forced labor. Now, I will talk in a minute later about how this should be dealt with by the authorities. But moving on from there, apart from the presence of the domestic helper forced labor system, there are other types of forced labor in Hong Kong, and we see them in construction sites, in the F&B industry. A lot of times in the kitchens, you have victims of trafficking given tasks of washing dishes. Then you have them working in the sex trade. Again, I believe that this may happen, similar patterns may happen in Taiwan as well. Now, what you have that's increasingly popular is this whole system of compensated dating. And this is something that involves local girls. So you have a lot of local girls that are lured into, hey, you will earn a few $1,000s very quickly if you will just go out and date this guy. And they form networks of how to arrange this to happen. But then what happens is you have a bunch of people who will basically look for more vulnerable girls and then refer them to regular sex work, and then actually profit from them. And what happens quite quickly is that these girls fall into a trap of having to provide sex work without actually wanting to, because perhaps these people controlling them hold information about them. For example, they hold some graphic photographs of them, sex tapes, and then with these things that they hold, they will pressure them into providing more services. And you see actually a lot of this happening to the local girl population. And it's a form of human trafficking that is becoming more and more rampant. Now, what tends to happen in Hong Kong is that our authorities will describe this as a different types of crime, but they never actually describe this as human trafficking. But it's important that we recognize that actually in some of these circumstances it does amount to human trafficking. Then of course you have human trafficking in the realm of criminal activities. What happens quite a lot is you have traffickers who lure maybe drug mules and force them to transport drugs. Again, I'll talk a little bit about that later. And you also have traffickers who force, in Hong Kong we have Vietnamese young men who are lured to Hong Kong. Maybe they're told that they will have great jobs, but they end up being locked up in marijuana plants in different factory buildings. And they end up being trapped there, and they have to cultivate cannabis. And the other area that I know this happens in is in the shark's fin trade. Now, a lot of people who are involved in the ground level of purchasing shark's fin or sourcing shark's fin in the African countries or in different regions around the world, actually, we have discovered, are actually victims of trafficking. They're indebted to the people who buy the shark's fin from them somehow, and they're then instructed to illegally sell these shark's fins to different vendors in Hong Kong, and we've seen a little bit of this happening. Lastly, what I will mention is that Hong Kong seems to be part of the jigsaw puzzle of how forced marriages work in our region. There is a trend that's going on where girls from all around the world, including from South America, including from Africa and Southeast Asia, girls are being transported from these locations into mainland China or other places around Southeast Asia to be married into forced marriage situations. Hong Kong, I haven't seen very many forced marriage cases in Hong Kong itself, but Hong Kong's definitely a transit point. And it'll be very interesting, I think, for your authorities to investigate into how exactly this happens in Taiwan as well. Now, so I'll go into a few of these areas in a little bit more depth. I've talked about compensated dating already. I'll look at how it actually happens when it comes to foreign girls being lured to Hong Kong. Now, there's a lot of South Americans, Filipinos, Indonesian, Thai girls that are brought to Hong Kong for the sole purpose of selling sex. Usually in different places. You have bars, as you could see in the photograph here. It could be in one-woman brothels or different places as well. A lot of them, it doesn't always happen in the same way. There are different trends. So for some of them, they are told that they would be waitresses in Hong Kong, or they would be told that they would have a well-paid domestic helper job, or they would be told that they could be teachers or other types of things. But what happens is the traffickers then apply for them foreign domestic helper visas. They apply for them asylum visas, like in Hong Kong we call it the USM claim. And then sometimes they apply for entertainment visas to officially work in bars as an entertainer. And sometimes they don't really apply for longer term visas, but they just limit their work within tourist visas. So a lot of times when we meet a victim of trafficking, and if we inspect their travel documents, these are the types of visas that they hold. And what's really quite interesting for me is that you will see actually a trend happening. And a lot of the people who hold entertainment visas, for example, obviously don't work in a band in the club that they work in. And you will see that there's a few clubs in Hong Kong that always hire people on entertainment visas. And then the question is, hey, actually, if the authorities actually look into this, they will find out that the people who are always coming to this bar to work are not actually all working in musical bands. And if you just go to visit the bar, you'll know that there's a lot of illegal activities going on. And I actually think that there is a strong case for the authorities to question whether they should be issuing entertainment visas to these types of bars if they find that there are suspicious activities happening, specifically if there should be unlawful activities happening. Again, for the domestic helper visas, a lot of times, even though they're on a domestic worker visa, they don't actually work in the stated employer's home, and they could be working in other places. To combat that, I believe that the authorities can actually do a little bit more questioning and investigations at a stage when someone submits a domestic helper application. They should look into where are they going to live, what exactly are they going to do, maybe interview the employer. Some simple steps that should not be administratively too cumbersome, of course, could potentially eliminate a lot of cases of abuse of the system. Now, another thing that I want to provide a little bit insight to is the trend of drug trafficking. Now, I know we're talking about human trafficking, but what we found is that when you look into drug trafficking routes in our region, you will also find out about how drug mules that are used to travel and carry drugs across these different routes are actually also victims of human trafficking, in that they were forced to do this work, forced to become drug mules, maybe because the trafficker held their family members in a kidnap situation, held them ransom, and would tell a girl, for example, from Colombia, that if they didn't bring the drugs to Hong Kong, that their family members will be harmed. There's a lot of these types of cases that are coming out, and we found that in order to combat human trafficking in this manner, you actually need to have a really good understanding of the drug trafficking routes to combat this trend. So here I'm just sharing a little bit about the drug trafficking routes that we see rampant in Hong Kong. But specifically, these are routes that are also exploited by traffickers for basically running human trafficking activities as well. So you have essentially traffickers in Hong Kong bringing girls from South America, from Southeast Asia, from here we say the Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia. And you bring them into Hong Kong. Now, what happens is these girls are forced to carry drugs. Sometimes it's on their body, in their suitcases, or maybe they're ingested. And then after they arrive in Hong Kong, after they deliver the goods, they're then told to perform sex work, maybe in some bars, until their visa expires. And what we see here is, I'm going to put it in a horrible way because I think this is suitable, is that the traffickers recycle these girls. They recycle them first as drug mules, and then as sex workers, and then maybe as drug mules again to bring drugs to another region. But essentially, they're trying to get maximum financial benefits out of these girls. And the problem for all our governments is this: all of these routes and activities are happening with foreigners. What we find is that the traffickers in Hong Kong, a lot of them are Nigerian drug gangs. And the people that they traffic are foreigners as well. And we have found that a lot of them actually don't speak the local language. They don't even speak English or Cantonese. And so you have this issue because they all operate in a foreign sphere. So our authorities are not as ready to understand these practices and to combat them on a legal level. Now here, just a little bit more information about how the drug traffickers use people. We find that there's a lot of situations where they pretend to go on dating relationships with the girls. They pretend to become best friends with them. But sometimes there's even, I've dealt with cases where they are just abducted, kidnapped, intimidated, where they would intimidate their family members and so on. Or there's just a whole host of creative ways that these traffickers will get girls to deliver drugs, whatever way they can think of. Now, I say a lot of, give a lot of information about these trends, not just to show, hey, this is how it happens, but the point I want to make is this. So much of these activities happen under the radar. They happen illegally. In criminal activities, they happen not in a way that's easy for people to find. For the domestic helper situation, they happen in people's homes. For sex workers, they happen in brothels. For construction workers, they're on construction sites, and sometimes these construction sites could be in very remote locations. With all of these situations, what we find is that it's actually really difficult for NGOs to come across cases of human trafficking. Very often, the victims themselves would have committed some crimes, and they're very scared to ever come to the authorities or to go to NGOs even. So the conclusions that I've reached is that the NGO community is unable to tackle this whole situation on a larger scale or do very much. But instead, I have found that it's much easier for the authorities to be taking action. Now, for example, I've given some suggestions about how immigration can deal with domestic helper application for visas just now. They can question the employers a little bit more. If somebody is transiting in Hong Kong and you have some South American girls with maybe Chinese men who don't seem to be particularly cozy or friendly with each other, perhaps there is a duty on the authorities to, or an opportunity, I'll say, to question both parties to look into whether there are any potential elements of human trafficking there. If the authorities, the police in particular, is dealing with sex worker disputes, for example, you have sex workers who complain of rape, sex workers who complain of non-payment. Instead of just dealing with these matters strictly from the perspective of, was there theft or was there rape, there should be built into that whole investigation process some sort of knowledge and questions that you could put to find out whether the girls you're dealing with, or the men for that purpose, be victims of trafficking. Now, these types of interventions and questions can basically only be done by the authorities. NGOs won't be on the front line to, deal with the crime, to be in the hospital authority, to be at the police department, or be at the airport control. So, these are the key points where authorities can actually act to stop the trafficking situation from happening, or to actually rescue the victim. It would be so good if the authorities could liaise closely with the NGOs to continue to understand the latest trends of trafficking, just so that they could continue to update their frontline officials. To the point where, in some jurisdictions, an NGO would feel comfortable when they hear of a possible victim of trafficking coming to your territory, and the NGO would then immediately inform the police or immigration of this fact, and then the person could actually be stopped at borders or at various control points, and look into questioning or possible investigations. So, these are types of setups that, I don't know, maybe your government is already looking into, or perhaps have some of this in practice. In Hong Kong, where we have some way to go to get there. But I really do hope that in our region in Asia, we could develop these types of practices more and more so that we can actually do this collectively. Now, before I end, I'm just going to share a little bit about a case I dealt with concerning this Pakistani male who was groomed when he was in Pakistan by a Pakistani employer who actually was also a Hong Kong resident. He basically lured this guy to come to Hong Kong to work, but in the end, the employer subjected ZN to 4 years of unpaid work, and my client was abused almost every day by this employer. Now, I'm not actually going to focus on what happened to him because basically, in summary, it was a horrible experience of human trafficking. But what I wanted to focus on is what happened afterwards. This guy at the end of the day got to run away. He then decided that he was going to go to the authorities and get help and get justice. What happened was he spent a year and a half knocking on the doors of the police, of Labour Department, immigration, even some district councillors and LegCo members. He got to everyone, explained to them what happened to him, how he was beaten, how he was never paid, how he had to sleep on floors, and nobody knew how to deal with him. The police thought that this was an immigration matter, the immigration department thought it was a Labour Department matter, and he basically kept being tossed between the different departments for a year and a half. And it was only at the end when we actually brought this case to court that to say, hey, actually, the government needs to do something here. Did the government finally assess him and provide him with an ID card to stay here because he was also married at the time, and started looking into investigating the people who trafficked him. Now, until now, his employers haven't actually been arrested yet, but we hope that that will happen soon. But this was really just a lesson, I think, for everyone to take away, from it, to know that for every victim, not all of them will get help, and not all of them will dare to go to the authorities. But whenever they do, we want to do everything in our power not to let that person down, because it takes them so much courage and willpower to actually ask for help, and we want to be in a position to come in and help that person and to get the traffickers. And I just, hope that sometime not too far from now that all our governments will be able to fulfill that role. And that's all I think I'd like to present for now, and I will look forward to answering any questions later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Patricia He from Hong Kong. And ladies and gentlemen, we take a tea break right now, and we'll be back by 11:40. We have refreshments ready outside. Please help yourselves. 各位现场贵宾，那接下来呢是我们茶室休息的时间。我们休息到11点40分，休息到11点40分的时候呢，请您再次准时回到会场哦。那我们在场外110A 室呢也备有餐盒，请您取用，谢谢您。那么等一下回来呢，还有精彩的双向交流以及语谈的时间，请各位贵宾不要错过了，谢谢。
Hello? Hi, I can hear some noises, but I can't hear voices.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you sound like you're quite far.
How about now? Hi, Patricia. Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right. So I think it's all good. And hold on.
I think you're quite... I can't hear you now if you're talking.
你帮我
Or maybe can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Hello, Patricia.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Oh, this is Doris Chu. I'm the commentator later on. Actually, I will try to summarize a little bit for your presentation and also provide a little bit of discussion. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, great, great. And after so we will be back 11:40 because
Yeah.
right now we are having a tea break.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. So I will see you at 11:40. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Look
Okay.
forward to talking to you. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Bye bye.
各位贵宾请就座，我们下一个场次呢即将正式开始了，谢谢您。Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our next session is about to begin. Thank you. 有请各位贵宾就座，我们下个场次即将正式开始了，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and we're about to move on to the panel discussion. And for that, we'd like to invite all of our speakers back to the stage. 那接下来呢，是我们对谈以及交流的时间哦。那我们想要有请我们这个场次的主持人以及刚才的讲师都回到台上来就座。And for that, we'd like to welcome back our speaker from the Netherlands, Ms. Lisette Herkmans-Burgers. And we also have Patricia from Hong Kong. She's with us online right now. 那我们有来自于荷兰的讲者，以及来自于香港的这个何佩芝律师哦，他目前也在线上要加入我们等一下的这个讨论。好，那接下来呢，我们时间再交还给我们场次的主持人刘煌老师，为我们介绍对谈人。
好，那各位大家好，那休息时间过后，我们接下来是我们第一个场次的第二个阶段。那这个阶段呢，主要是我们有一位语坛人，那么另外是刚刚两位 keynote speaker 呢，他们都一位呢是我们荷兰的这个副代表，那么另外还有一位是香港的何佩芝律师，他会在线上。那跟我们线上讨论哦，好，所以我们接下来的这位语坛人是我们中正大学犯罪防治系的朱群芳老师啊，那所以呢，我们接下来就请朱老师来给我们针对我们刚刚两位的演讲，那这个部分提出您的观点。
I know it's about lunchtime, so actually my talk will be short and sweet. And actually, this morning we have listened to Lisette and Patricia's presentation. And nowadays, because human trafficking is no longer a single problem limited to national borders, the transnational human trafficking has poses a lot of challenges to the international community. Thanks to the Agency of Immigration in Taiwan and provided these very precious opportunities to let us to exchange very helpful information. As they said, share with us about the current practices and the strategy to combat human trafficking. And although there are a couple of slides, but I want to highlight a little bit. Lisa mentioned that actually there are different stages for us to have the early detection to prevent the human trafficking. So it's very important to have the detection at a very early stage. And also, they said, highlight the importance of international cooperation. And because I only have 10 minutes, so let me try to summarize a little bit about Patricia's presentation. Patricia shared with us about the history of human trafficking in Hong Kong. And she also introduced the various forms of human trafficking in Hong Kong. And she presented a practical case of Zen, even though at the end, Zen has won the legal battle. However, due to lack protection from the law enforcement, Zen has been under pressure of being threatened by his former boss. So in the future, I think it's very important to have the coordination from the different agencies, including government agencies and the non-government organizations. Especially important is the law enforcement to provide the comprehensive protected strategies for the victims, because they need to have a lot of courage to be able to go to the police. And during the pandemic of COVID-19, we are facing the new challenges for human trafficking. And Lisa mentioned about it's also very important to gather data and conduct research. Based on the survey conducted by the United Nations, sorry, let's throw it. It's a little bit dry with the air conditioning. And during the pandemic, actually, they conducted survey with the survivors of human trafficking and frontline stakeholders. There are some indication there is an increase for online human trafficking, especially for sexual exploitation. So during this period, I think it's very important for the law enforcement and also for the practitioners to try to make more efforts to combat this kind of trafficking. And so, although we are facing a lot of challenges, but with our joint efforts, I think we can make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Zhu. So now we will proceed our open discussion with our audience and also with our online speaker. So Patricia, can you say hello again to our audience?
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. It's really nice to sort of see you over the chat. It's very interesting to participate in this way. But thank you for the opportunity. I hope to talk more.
Yeah, okay. So here we have two panelists and a commentator. So you have our Miss Lisette Herkmans-Burkers, and so her speech is about corporate social responsibility and preventing forced labor in supply chain. So she introduced the Dutch approach. And for Patricia Ho, so she mentions about the new advancement about Hong Kong and bring a very specific case about drug trafficking. So you see both of the speakers, they talking about first is their local situation and the local legal advancement, and further coordination and cooperation between national and international. So international cooperation indeed is really a very important effort in fighting against human trafficking. So as a moderator for this session, so here now we will have around 35 minutes for discussion. So for each, please just take a very brief request about your question, and not more than 1 minute to introduce your question, okay? We're trying to collect as more as possible. So now we will start with your request. 好，我们现在呢，就是就开始进行这个交流的这个部分。那么为了节省时间，而且让更多的人可以发问，所以我请各位您在说明您的问题的时候，尽量控制在1分钟以内。Okay, maybe I will take. Yes. Yes, please.
For Patricia. Patricia, I'm wondering, because you mentioned about the sexual exploitation in Hong Kong, and as you may have known, that right now, actually a lot of online sexual exploitation, they use the platform of social media, such as Facebook or Line. Maybe in Hong Kong, you have a different social media. And my question is, how do the police tackle the problem, try to conduct investigation in terms of for the traffickers, if traffickers, they use the social media as a platform and to try to kind of to commit their crime?
Well, the situation in Hong Kong is that we actually don't have any experience of the Hong Kong authorities cracking down on sexual exploitation online. In fact, we're trying to look into the issue in studies, and we're borrowing examples, very successful examples in the Philippines. My understanding is that there's a lot of cooperation between NGOs and the government, because what is required is you need to have people who are willing to take the risk or go through the very difficult task of finding online where all of these things happen. So you actually need to have undercover people, for example, to join these online groups, get into the population of people who are using these services, and find out all the platforms, the individuals. You have to mark down their names, their contacts, take photographs of the individuals concerned. But one of the very difficult issues in tackling online activities is to find out where these online platforms are actually registered. So, for example, there is one case where the police have successfully cracked down an online platform where sexual activities happen. And this is just general online pornography. But what happened was, as soon as they busted this website, the website owners simply registered another website in America and started running the activities from that. And because the website's registered overseas, it made it a lot more difficult for the Hong Kong authorities to continue to pursue this issue. So what really seems to be the issue here, and I think that the whole world is lagging behind the criminal traffickers in this operation, is to actually have a worldwide coordination on figuring out where websites are registered and working very quickly between the authorities to deal with this issue. But if I may just add one more thing, with sexual exploitation and trafficking, what we have found in Hong Kong in light of the COVID-19 situation is that apart from an increase in online activities, there is also an increase in criminal smuggling sex workers, not through the official channels, not via airports anymore, but on boats, because then they can have the sex workers avoid being screened, doing the 14-day quarantine and so on, and to be screened at the airports. So there's actually quite a steep increase in smuggling activities where traffickers are making the sex workers smuggle in and out, adding to the complexity. But for that type of activity, it is actually easier for law enforcement to deal with because they could simply step up the following of basically the smuggling of persons via boats and ports and things like that.
Yes, and I'm wondering, Lisette, do you have any, experience would like to share with us about, like, in Netherlands, how do the police tackle this kind of issues, especially for the online sexual exploitation, and sometimes when the law enforcement want to conduct the investigation, sometimes they also need to have the cooperation with the social media industries. For example, like Facebook, or in Taiwan, Line is one of the very famous social media. And sometimes if the law enforcement asks this company to provide like the registration account of the users, will they cooperate in your country? Okay, thank you.
Well, my first reaction is, would it be Facebook? That would be great, to be honest. Because the thing is, for Facebook, we do know. And you can look at that. But what they use is not the Facebook. And I'm not proud of it, but in the Netherlands, we're quite good in the child porn. We're kind of center of all the child porn with everything that's really online, the films, the videos. So that's not a proud thing to say, but it's really happening. And that's not on Facebook. I mean, it's a kind of dark web. It's very into the digital, you have to dig in, let's say it this way. And what you really see is that the authorities are really struggling to get into this whole digital environment where these people operate. So in general, I would say these are really smart people who are dealing with these kind of digital environments. And it's really a new challenge as well. And also, it's nothing to do with countries. There are no borders to this web. So it's complete different reality. And that's why you also see that, what I said already, not be proud that Netherlands is one of them, but on the other hand, it's a very good digital environment that we have in the Netherlands. So it looks like it puts also the destination and also what is happening in a different perspective. So you should look, and I think also Hong Kong is in that way a very digital environment, I guess, but also in the Netherlands, we're quite good in digital things, to arrange things, to have all kinds of platforms. And in one way we're proud on that, but it also attracts, obviously, other kind of industry or money makers do things like this as well. And I do, I completely agree with what Prisha is saying, that also for our authorities, it's really an extra challenge. So how can you find these ones? Like I said, Facebook, that's the one we know. But the thing is, what do we not know? And all the time, we are completely surprised, very negatively surprised, with how sophisticated these kind of webs are, how they communicate with each other. And it's also, you know, it makes a lot of money. And as long this money is involved, you know, it will continue. So in that way, I also think, and that was also in my presentation, is that it also has to do with, I call them the buyers, but actually, you know, the clients who likes to see services like this. So also there, we should do something, I guess, because as long as people are requesting for certain services, there will also always be people involved who can make money out of that. But definitely a new dimension and a big challenge, this online thing. Yes.
好，不晓得我们现场的贵宾有没有什么样子的问题要发问 ？Yes, please identify yourself.
Hello, I am officer in immigration agency. I'm interested in the topic about the forced labor in supply chain, which is spoken by Mr. Bakers. About the news happened in the last November, 39 Vietnam lorry victims occurred in UK, which makes everyone feel raged about the human traffickers. And the people start to think about how serious the issue about human trafficking and how vicious those traffickers. And my question for Ms. Bakers, what is the point of view from Europe or from Netherlands about this issue? And does this event exist forced labor in supply chain?
Oh, okay. So maybe we can collect other two questions. Any other questions? Okay, please, Elisabeth.
I think what you see here is an excellent example of smuggling, to be honest. I mean, maybe you think like, and we are very aware of that one, because it means like people are looking for a better future. And looking for a better future is that they go to certain countries where they think they have a better future. If it's reality or not, they don't know yet, because they go to something unknown. But especially what you say, these trucks are really a headache and a big concern to us as well. Because what you see is that, people are looking for a better future, and sometimes they really just go into a kind of truck that people do not know. The truck driver doesn't know that he's really carrying also people in their truck. There are also truck drivers who do know. I mean, both sides are there. But especially this part is what you see is that they want to go to the UK to have a better future. So what you see, there's also, there is still a border between Europe and the UK, because you were talking about the UK, and they have to cross the channel. We call it the channel, so it's the sea in the middle between the UK and Europe. So there's a very strict, how do you say that, checkpoints that nothing is in the trucks. But also these people are sometimes so very smart, I would say. I would say street smart, because they have to. And they are willing to do everything they can to escape in that situation. So what you see as well, also in France, because in France there's a tunnel where these trucks are going through the tunnel to the UK. There was a big gathering there of all these people who wanted to go there. And then after inspection, then they knew if the truck was inspected, that's the moment to jump in as well. But on the other hand, also these smuggling of big money, huh? I mean, people in the truck paid a lot of money just to get to the UK. And if you ask them before they went, are you doing something like forced labor? They will say, no, I'm looking for a better future. But I think as the moment that they arrive in the UK, that makes them very vulnerable. At that time, they have no place to stay, I guess not so much money, they are legal. So what can you do? If you have to find a decent job, you have to show certain papers. If you want to have a career, you have to show them you have certain diplomas, education. And if you're not doing that, you still have to make a living. And usually, a lot of times, let's say this way, there's a big risk that these people are going into the forced labor. And on that side, I also think the people who are dealing with these people to get into a forced labor, so again, I come back to the clients, I also, for them, I think we have to tell them this is not okay as well. Because I think these people, if they really end in a situation like this, they have to step up go to the authorities and tell the situation as it is. And at that moment, protection is so much important, because otherwise they were looking for a better future, they didn't get it. But what is their escape at that point? What could they do? The only thing I hope that they do is step up and get the protection from the local authorities, and at least we are able to get these people who are really are really the criminals. In my mind, the people who are dealing with this whole chain, but also in my mind, the clients. We have to tell them this is. Hopefully this answers your question. It's a Dutch perspective, it's not a Europe one, but yeah?
是不是有其他的问题 ？Yes, please.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Chair. And my name is Lennon Wang. I'm the director of the Service Center and Shelter for Migrant Workers in Serve the People Association. So we are an NGO with shelters for migrant workers. I have a question for Ms. Beckers also. Actually, I was expecting from you how the Dutch government combating the human trafficking or slavery in the supply chain, as you mentioned in the title. But what I want to know is, we know, yeah. So that's my question. How do the Dutch companies, or how does the Dutch government monitor the Dutch? There's no slavery or human trafficking in the Dutch supply chain. We know there are some famous Dutch companies in Taiwan. Some of them are doing quite good. Take one, for example, like NXP. I know they have direct hiring programs, so they have some workers from the Philippines directly. But they also had some bad records in the Philippines, which like union busting, and they fire all the union members in the Philippines before. So it's controversial also. I mean, so in the Dutch government's point of view, how do you combat and monitor there is no slavery in the supply chain from the Dutch company? And also, I would like to say that I hope this monitoring system could be expanded in all the European companies in Taiwan. So all the governments in EU should take part, because actually I like your speech very much, especially the different markers that you how do you call it? The different stages of the how the trafficking might happen, from the broker system to the status and also the house. Actually, if you take the migrant workers in Taiwan, those who are working in the factories in Taiwan, in each step they are exploited. In each step, they have many of the stages they have to pay. They are abused. And it might happen in any of the companies in Taiwan, which might be the suppliers for the companies from the Netherlands or any other countries. So this is what your government can do. So this is my question, and also my feedback. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this question. I think in general what we can say is, all the time I say cooperation together. Why cooperation this way is that, especially where people are working, that's the point where you have to look what is the circumstances. So although maybe it is a Dutch company and it is in different countries, we have to cooperate together to make sure it's not happening. And what you saw in my presentation as well is that I was focusing as well that from the Netherlands we have all kind of organizations together, domestic, in our country, working together, you know, to find these kind of circumstances. I was talking about work, I was talking about housing, I was talking about the tax authorities. But that means at that point I can only talk about the Dutch tax authorities. I can only talk about the Dutch trade unions, you know. But I hope that this is an example that other countries will follow as well. As soon as you're a company and you're based in a different country, you have to live by their rules. You're the guest at that point. And I hope that worldwide countries will also follow, at least that's what I try to do, the example of the Netherlands, that we say, look in the domestic part there. look with all these kind of partners, make partnership also domestically, look at the different aspects. Because if you look at the different aspects, you will see, and agree with you, that in quite some phases already, there can be, there could be a risk of the exploiting of people. And as soon as you go to that point, that a human being is exploited, then the exploitation of that part is something that is not done. That's criminal. You have to do something for that one. So I hope that also with my presentation, I inspire other countries to do the same thing, and we have to cooperate there together. So my presentation was from, I called it the Kingdom of the Netherlands, because we know not only in Europe but also in the Caribbean, and I hope that inspires other countries to do the same thing. And let's cooperate together, because there's source and destination of places, and then we can combat this. Yeah?
Okay. Okay, so I have a common question either to Lisette and also to Patricia. So with the new the new IT technologies that has been spreading, and I think now the forms of different crimes about human trafficking became more multiple and very difficult to testify. So besides, I mean, with this kind of globalization in a very, let's say, very complicated supply chain. So according to your observation, do you feel more optimistic or pessimistic in the fight against human trafficking for the near future? If the answer is optimistic, so to what extent or to what perspective? And either, if you look more pessimistic, so from what perspective? That is my general question to both of you. And I have two specific questions. First is for Lisette. In your speech, you mentioned about in your country, you have a so-called national reporter about the fight against human trafficking. And could you develop more about the mandate of this kind of national reporter? Is it similar to Ombudsman or kind of a National Human Rights Commission member? Or so I would like to have more knowledge about it. And for Patricia, I'm really very interested in your talk. And as you mentioned that you are an advocate for a trauma-informed approach to client management, and especially dealing with post-trauma psychosocial and mental health interventions for the refugee program. But I think it is also very helpful for victims of human trafficking. So could you develop more about it? So I will have Lisette to start her answer.
Okay, I think I had two questions. First was, is it pessimistic or optimistic about the future? I think it's very tough to answer because I have the feeling, you know, I hope it will, I want to be optimistic because I'm an optimistic person. But, you know, as long as there are differences worldwide and in money, in income, in circumstances, you know, in general, I did a lot of postings worldwide. I'm very honored that I could do that for my country. And at the end, you know, everything comes to the same thing in my mind. If you look at human beings, everybody wants to be happy. Everybody wants to have the best thing for their family, for the people that they love. They want to have the best future for everybody. And I think as long as this future is not good for everybody worldwide, there's always a risk that these things are happening. I only hope that if people are really looking for a better future, that at least we have more possibilities to do it in the legal way. And so in one way I'm pessimistic because I think changes will be there, for sure. But the optimistic part is actually that I hope that we all gonna make sure that if they're gonna look for a better future, they do it in the legal way. and that at least that's what we try to do. So, but I cannot tell. And the big risk here is that I think especially these online things, the whole digital world that is so new, still to I think a lot of countries, including our Netherlands as well. I'm not sure if we see everything already. In one way, I don't want to think about it, but is it visible what's happening? Or is it already that we miss so much what is not visible? Do we really see what's going on over there? Do we have any clue? Do we have any estimation? We hope we have, but we are not sure yet. So hopefully that is the answer to the first question. The second question is about our national reporter. Well, the background of Mr. Bolhaar is he was a prosecutor. And the prosecutor, what he had is he had to deal a lot with these kind of cases. And it really touched him. And that's the moment that he stand up and said, like, you know, we need to do something here. And in one way, I had a whole list with all kind of organizations who are really busy or at least involved in the whole human trafficking. But there's also one risk, because everybody does his or her best, but then you have all these small parts. And what he does, and that's his mandate, is making sure that everything is collected to one center. So he's a head of a center where they collect everything together and make a report and inform and advise our government about how we are doing in human trafficking. If there is any else that we could do, any extra measure. Because otherwise you can only have these small measures or the small advices of all these organizations. He makes it like one combination and make one report on one advice, or at least from his point of view. So, and as a prosecutor, I met him personally. He was also very involved in all kind of trafficking that happened here in this region. So I think he's the right man for the job, to be honest. So, yeah.
Yes, Patricia?
Yeah, thank you. So for me, talking about optimism in the fight against human trafficking is a very difficult subject, just because we know that it's constantly changing and it's like David against Goliath. But at the moment, I am quite optimistic. And my optimism is very much based on the fact that I think around the world, we are having a better understanding of the modus operandi, the MO of how traffickers work. We are also building more and more relationships with victims of trafficking, which I believe is key to this whole fight. Because our friendships with victims, or our understanding of what they go through, helps us to gain a lot of insight into how this whole thing works, into where people are positioned, how they think, etc. And the more we know about, you know, the persons involved, how the community functions, the more we can actually deal with the whole situation at the root cause. And so I feel that the world has worked very hard in the last few years on this issue, and that I do find some hope in it. I want to just give you a more more specific example, and this goes into your question about the whole trauma client management approach as well. What I have really focused on doing in the last year is that I have focused my time to work with workers on the front lines, social workers on the front lines. I'm focusing on finding out how the lawyers, policymakers can have very close working relationships with the people who go to brothels to visit sex workers, NGOs that have drop-in centers for domestic helpers. We're working very closely because we're trying to find out how the expertise of all these different professions can come together, and you can actually really get at the MO of the whole thing. So, for example, the drug deal in Hong Kong, the drug trafficking. You have drug mules being brought from overseas to Hong Kong. People are usually coming in via domestic helper visas, tourist visas, or whatever visas. But ultimately, however they come in, what we need to know is that the traffickers is just trying to get the drugs to the same place. They're all going to this one club to sell it. Or if they can't sell it in the club because of COVID, they're finding a different outlet. They're finding some website. But when you're in touch with the victims with a very friendly approach, you're trying to build relationships with them and really try to help them solve the problem. They will be able to direct you and tell you how the MO is changing in every climate. And so you're actually able to get the most up-to-date intel on how things are developing and work at stopping this in collaboration with the authorities. At the moment, for example, we're working with the authorities to look into how an agency that deals with domestic helpers is actually getting people to Hong Kong through false contracts. And the only reason why we found out about this agency and who's working in the agency is because we built all these friendships with the domestic helpers that are exploited by them. So for me, the whole trauma client management approach is basically an attempt to understand everyone's positions, step into their shoes. And this is the only way I believe you can actually fully understand how the whole network works, how they function, what their concerns are, what their worries are. And this is so much more in-depth than just, say, stopping an illegal immigration, busting a false contract, etc.
Thank you. Very well informed. Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Fajar. I'm from Indonesian office in Taipei. This will be my questions to Mrs. Burgers. I do agree if we are talking about human trafficking issues, we need these 4 Ps. It's prevention, protection, and persecution, also partnership. But I think I would be conducted by country of origin and country of destination. We are not talking about country of transit, right? We are talking about could enforce the concrete implementation or action. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think it's a very interesting one because I think that's what you said as well, is that Indonesia is a different country from the Netherlands. And it could be that certain standards in our country are not your standard in Indonesia. That's, I understood correctly, yeah? That's what you meant, yes. And that was also what I pointed out already in my other answer, is that we're focusing on our standards in the Netherlands. Doesn't matter what kind of nationality it is. As soon as, according to our standards, it's exploitation, then it's a crime. And I can imagine, I don't know, I don't have the complete case here in my head, that maybe in other countries it could be less, in a different way, or different exploitation. Because we're quite, I think in our lifestyle in the Netherlands, we quite have some luxury, and maybe we're used to certain standards that are quite, in my mind, but it's where I come from, are quite convenient. And maybe in other countries, these standards are maybe not that convenient. But we have to live with the standards of that country. Because it would be very strange, and I would never do that, that I would tell another country that our standards are the right one. Probably that as soon as you see something, then you go to that country. That's what we did. That's also in my, you know, and when I was busy in that region,
提醒各位贵宾，我们下午场次呢，再过3分钟，2点的时候会准时开始哦，请您就座。那同时也再次提醒您，记得将手机转为震动或静音。Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon session will begin in 3 minutes. Please take your seats and remember to turn your mobile phones into vibration or silence mode. Thank you.各位现场贵宾午安，欢迎回到我们的会场。那我们下午场次呢，会以被害人心声以及被害人安全为我们讨论的主轴哦。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And this afternoon, we're going to focus on victim security, safety, and beginning a new life. 那我们这个场次呢，要邀请行政院防治人口贩运协调汇报郑晶晶委员担任我们的主持人，我们掌声欢迎。To moderate this session, please join me in welcoming our moderator, Ms. Jingjing Zheng, the Cabinet Anti-TIP Task Force Committee member.
心应该蛮感动的哈。这些年呢，我有种感觉哈，你看这次 COVID-19 对世界上主要国家几乎都受到很大的打击。那我们台湾呢，在这个风暴里面呢，我们算是几乎是，我不敢说毫发无伤啦，就我们受到伤害是相对小很多的。然后我也不知道大家有没有注意到，这些年呢，台风好像碰到我们台湾都会转弯哈，所以我一直在内心在想，我们一定做了什么好事，所以呢，上帝这样子的眷顾我们，保守我们哈。那我想这样子正面的力量哦，我们一定要继续传承，继续努力。那接下来呢，我们下一个主题呢是有关杜绝在台境外学生遭受剥削的安全法，从东南亚境外学生谈起。这个问题呢，其实是前一阵子其实闹得沸沸扬扬的哈，大家都知道，有一些不肖的业者哈，来跟国内一些学校。好，这些学校也可能是受骗的哈，就是因为现在台湾真的有一些学校招生很困难，所以有一些不肖的业者呢，就在做这种中介啊、串联呐，去媒合一些境外的学生，而且很多都来自东南亚的学生呢，来台湾，表面上是来读书，其实呢是来打工的哈，这里面产生很多的问题。那也引发了很多的争议跟讨论。那有关这个主题呢，我们今天邀请到的主讲人呢是教育部国际及两岸教育司刘素妙刘专门委员哦，他在这个议题上有非常深入的研究。好，那我们接下来用热烈掌声来邀请他来为我们做这一场报告。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 各位与会贵宾午安。今天首先呢，非常高兴，而且感谢移民署举办这样一个非常有意义的国际的工作坊让教育部有这个机会来跟大家报告一下，从去年一直到今年非常这个受到关注的一个议题今天在这个短短30分钟之内，希望能够把教育部对于这个议题的所有的这个检讨以及这个精进的方向呢给大家做一个完整的报告。好，首先要跟大家报告的是近10年就是我们荧幕上所看到的近10年。我们的这个台湾的大专校院的境外学生人数有非常大幅度的发展。那教育部鼓励这个大专校院，我们的高等教育品质相当的不错，那这个学费也相当的合理所以我们鼓励我们的大专校院招收境外学生来台就读希望使我们的校园国际化，还有提升。我们这个台湾学生的一个国际视野，让这个台湾的这个学生即使没有出国，但是也有国际观。因此呢，这10年的努力呢，已经从这个10年前39000多的这个境外学生人数到这个107年的时候已经12万多了，整整3倍多的一个成长的一个幅度，可以说相当的大。那最近1年呢，也就是108年，108年统计到108年底为止呢，这个学生数已经超过13万人，达到130417人。那这么多的这个境外学生包括学位生、非学位生这么多学生在我们的高等教育机构来这个就读。是这个我们的相关的这个辅导工作呢，其实大部分的学校都做得不错，但是呢，也衍生了一些始料未及的问题。那因此在许多这个部分学校的个案陆续出现之后，这个虽然这个依据大学法大学招生是自主的，但是呢，教育部责无旁贷对于 这个学校所这些这个境外学生尤其是几个个案都是外国学生，好，那这个所产生的一些受到这个中介公司中介的一个剥削，或者是来到台湾以后被中介安排到这个工厂长时间的工作，甚至是这个轮3班制，每天工作到半夜才能够这个回到宿舍这样子的一个长的工时跟这个繁重的这个工作内容呢，造成学生他来台的目的也就是就读变成呢这个早上呢已经没有精神可以来上课等等这些问题的产生，而且呢这个他们的一个工作的薪资或者是学校安排的这个实习的津贴也都遭到这个中介这个这个克扣所以呢他们每个月实际领到的这个薪水或者津贴呢都跟原先的预期是差距非常大的。那在这样的情况之下，这个教育部呢马上就会同相关部会，当然包括我们内政部移民署还有外交部领务局侨务委员会侨生的部分等等，我们一起呢组成一个跨部会的工作小组，并且呢订定了一个这个流程来这个督导所有的大专校院要合法正确的这个招生在这个流程表里面有几个比较这个重要的要跟大家做一个报告，包括呢我们最右边这边有一个招生7要招生7要意思就是说学校招生呢一定要明定这个入学条件，还有它的招生简章一定要写得很清楚，不可以用这个攻读付学费这样的方式来招生那这样子的话呢，就会让这个不合法的中介呢有这个操作的空间。另外呢，就是我们这个要求这个学校一定要亲自到当地去招生，不能透过中介招生。当然，这个学生呢，在获得录取之后，他这个自己跟这个当地的留学代办服务业者帮他代办一些签证或者是这个机票等等这些服务呢，那这个就不是这个中介招生的部分，是学生对于这个服务的一个委托。那第3个呢，我们是这个规范呢，就技专校院才可以办我们这个新南向的产学合作国际专班并不是每一个学校都可以。另外呢，就是要依规定来收学费不可以呢这个用他的实习津贴或者是他攻读他自己去攻读的这个薪水呢，从那边扣这个学杂费所以呢这个部分呢也希望能够防堵这个中介有操作的空间。另外一定要明确的告诉学生这个打工的规定，还有违反规定会受到的一个罚则，包括有可能会被遣返出境，而且可能会管制几年内呢是不得再来台这些后果一定要跟这个学生说得很清楚。另外要大2开始才可以校外实习，很多有一些这个大学部分的大学，他把这个实习跟攻读实习跟这个攻读呢混淆，然后呢把它合起来变成呢这个学生等于整天都在工厂那而且是从大1新生进来就做这样安排，那这个是不可以的那因为学生刚进来，应该是要以课堂的学习理论的学习为优先至少应该要有1年的学校的学习之后，才可以安排到校外去做这个实习另外呢，要亲自跟实习的这个厂商接洽订约，不可以透过中介，因为透过中介的话，有可能中介会把他 这个实习呢变成一种这个工作的性质，那这个相关的劳动条件呢都会这个有一些不合理、不合法的地方。好，那接下来呢要跟各位这个报告的比较重要的是教育部的这个作为方面。好，除了我们在学的一个辅导还有宣导之外，我们在所有的相关会议上不断的呼吁、叮咛、规范好我们的大学校院。那另外呢，就是个案的查核。以前呢并没有所谓的个案的查核，但是经过这样子的一个个案的这个曝光之后，我们开始就一般的大学校院以及产学合作国际专班或者是这个侨生专班、海青班等等，我们开始做一个个案的查核。那个案的查核的结果呢，如果有违法、违失，那我们教育部绝不宽待，一定给予处置，包括说依照他的违法违失的程度的轻重，包括会减招甚至停招他的境外学生的名额，那会扣减补助款，监管1到2年，或者列入辅导观察名单，甚至列入专案辅导学校里面。那每半年呢，就会把这个监管的名单呢送给外交部，那让外交部做一个核发签证的参考，因此他在招生的时候，这个外交部他在核发签证的时候呢，也会参考这样子的名单来决定这个签证的一个准驳。好，这里要跟大家这个报告的是，学校部分学校把攻读跟实习混淆，那混合使用因此呢，为了让学校非常明确的知道攻读跟实习的一个相关规范，所以我们马上就召开了一个宣导说明会，跟学校这个宣布一些注意的事项。另外呢，同时也用这个公函正式的函知学校。那这个为什么学校会这个把这个实习跟攻读混淆？我们也做了一个通盘的一个检讨。那在这个实习方面，实习是学生、学校还有实习的机构、厂商3方的合约，3方的合约。而攻读呢，是学生依照自己的意愿在课余呢。这个有时间他去做这样子的一个攻读，也就是部分工时工作的这样子的一个行为，这个是不可以混淆，也不可以混用的。所以这个一定要这两种合约一定要明确的做一个区隔。那实习津贴或者是学生攻读的薪资呢，一定要直接拨给学生，不可以从中克扣。说来作为这个分期缴付学费啦，或者是甚至有所谓的这个扣这个薪水来缴中介的一个费用等等这一些呢我们都要求学校必须清楚的区隔不得这个克扣薪水或者是津贴。那因为实习是课程的一部分，它不是工作，它是一种实务的学习，所以呢，在课程学分方面，实习的学分方面也做了相关的规范。好，那我们为了能够加强督导学校，在招收境外生方面呢，能够这个没有任何的这个对学生的一个剥削。或者是这个侵害的情形，因此呢，我们就有几种这个一些作为，包括呢我们建立的专案管理的机制，也就是我们跨部会合作小组，包括我们外交部领务局签证这一方面，在台居留的时候这个我们内政部移民署等等我们做一个这样子合作，还包括劳动部这个如果有一些检举案件的话，我们会请劳动部协助 去现场做查核。那另外呢，我们会清查这个异常的这个预警的追踪机制透过呢各个学校它每一年至少2次的一些这个相关资料跟统计还有招生注册等等入学的这个学生的异动等等这些实施的情形，我们来做一个警示的一个机制。另外呢，我们也建立了这个招生跟实习的 SOP 标准作业流程，包括他的这个入学啦、实习、生活辅导等等，并且呢，也编纂了一个这个境外学生的一个手册，他的权利义务，还有他这个就学的一些相关的主张，都在这个手册里面，让学生知道，他可以做什么样的保护自己的一个措施。那这一些呢都有这个中文版、英文版。那待会我们一些优化机制，甚至还有东南亚语言版本。另外持续的品管查核，这个也是非常重要的一点。那对于这个有违法个案的学校，我们都立即做了一个处置，包括扣减招生名额。裁罚相关的人员，像这个私立学校的董事长啊、校长在几个个案里面都受到了裁罚，都受到了裁罚。另外就是列为专案辅导学校，那这个停止这个学校招收境外学生等等。好，那这个查核机制里面呢，我们是分成2大块，一个呢是校内的课程，另外一个是校外的实习，这2大块。同时做查核，从课程面、师资面、学生面，还有住宿的一个管理呢，这几个面向去做查核。同时我们在校内除了访视学生的上课情形、住宿情形以外，也跟学生做一个这个访谈，让学生呢这个了解一下学生他们真实的一个情况。那相关的规范方面呢，很重要的，我们还是一样一再的以正式的公函这个提醒纠正学校。那另外呢，也再次的召开说明会，将这个相关的规范呢跟学校呢一再的这个提醒跟规定。另外呢，对于这个学校招生呢，我们这个绝对禁止这个不合法的中介业者介入这个招生，要这个学校呢要亲自到当地国去这个招生，亲自跟学生见面面谈，那之后那个审查通过才可以发入学许可。那学校呢绝对不可以用攻读啦或校外实习的津贴或薪水，来作为这个抵扣学费这个理由来招生，因为这个用这样子的方式来招生，很容易让中介有操作的空间。另外招生文件呢，一定要用中文啊、英文还有当地国语文。你去印尼招生，你要有印尼文的这个文件内容；你到这个泰国招生要有泰文，到越南要有越南文。务必要让学生非常清楚，这个招生的内容情况，才不会让中介有趁机这个可能欺骗学生的一个这个情况。那这个我们刚刚有提到说，大2开始才可以实习，大1应该都要在学校上课。那如果是2年制的呢，那就大2下学期开始，才可以到校外去实习，学校才可以安排他到校外实习，不能说一到台湾就马上校外实习，这是不合理。这个规范，还有对于这个实习的学分呢，曾经有一个个案，连我看了都摇头，他几乎是这个实习的这个时间呢，几乎是1年365天的实习。应该是没有这样的实习，这个是不合理的。那这个 因此呢，我们也明确的规范实习的学分跟时数，这一些规范，不可以超过这些上限。那厂商一定要依照这个劳动基准法，跟这个劳动的相关法规，给学生一些津贴啦，或者是要投保啦，等等这一些这些保障，保障学生在实习的时候呢，他的安全都是受到保护的。那这个校外的实习的津贴，或者是这个相关的这个奖助学金，一定要直接汇入学生的账户，不可以从中又被克扣了，去付学费啦，或是去付中介费，这些都不可以的。那我们刚刚也提到了，一个学习这个学习时数最高就是480小时，那不能够超过这个，不能一天到头都在实习，假实习的之名行这个劳动之实不可以。那这一些都是我们对于学校的一些规范。好，那另外我们也给这个学生一些华语文的教育，因为这个学生他不懂华语。不懂华语，所以很容易受骗。那所以呢，那懂华语之后，不但可以跟这个实习的这个机构做一些充分的沟通，也可以了解他是不是有受到什么样的剥削。另外就是刚刚有跟大家报告，攻读是学生自由意愿的，学校基本上不应该帮学生安排攻读，好，那这个就是这个几个个案里面所出现的这个问题，就是学校跟所谓的中介帮学生安排攻读，然后他的薪水直接扣学杂费，然后扣中介的服务费，那就所剩无几，这是不可以的。如果学生帮这个如果学校帮学生安排这个攻读的话，那也一定要清清楚楚。如果他是协助他这个找一个攻读的机会，那也一定要清清楚楚的，那这个相关的这个所得一定要直接进学生的账户，不可以从中被克扣。好。那这个我们刚刚有大致上提到，另外呢，剩下的5分钟，我要跟大家报告一个我们这个极力向这个境外学生宣导的部分。教育部呢，因为这一些个案的发生，发现学校可能有一些这个不恰当的地方，因此成立这个跨部会专案小组，同时成立了一个即时通报的群组。只要发现有个案，那移民署、外交部、劳动部，都会同时呢做一个合作，来了解这个学生是不是有受到一些剥削。那同时呢，为了要畅通这些境外学生一个这个咨询、申诉、检举，或者是他们的一个管道，因此呢，我们也特别为境外学生呢设置了一个免付费的专线电话0800-789-007。那这个呢是有中文、英文、越南文、跟印尼文4种语言的服务。那为什么是这个印尼跟越南呢？因为从我们统计上，印尼跟越南学生都超过在台的学生都超过1万人，也就是呢非常这个排名第2跟第3的这个最多学生人数的。因此呢，我们特别把这2个语文加进去，有这4种这个语文的服务，一定要让这个学生呢把他的这个情况呢让我们知道，这是直接的，直接跟教育部这边的专线讲，不透过学校，因为透过学校的话，万一学校又 又没有忠实的这个传达上来。好，那另外呢，同时有一个意见信箱，哦，就是说除了用打电话的，也可以用用写的，一样有这4种语文的服务，那个不管他的学习、生活、攻读的权益，通通可以做反映，也可以做检举，那也可以做询问，另外我们每一年，大概就是在每一个新的学期开始的时间，就是差不多现在，这个9月开学，我们大概在10月到11月之间呢，我们就会分北中南东几个区域来跟侨外生做一个访视跟座谈，直接听听他们的这个反应等等。那我们也有专属网页给这个侨外生，就是把一些比如说攻读的这个规定，攻读的罚则，违反这个劳动基准法，违反这个就业服务法的罚则，等等，以及这个学生境外学生所需要知道的相关的规定，直接呢在这个网页上，有中文、英文等等这一些，让学生直接知道，这个如果学校没有在新生这个实业辅导的时候，尽责的把这个传达给学生的话，那学生可以在我们这个网页上，通通可以知道相关的正确的讯息。那这个是我们这个服务专线电话的一个情形周一到周五一般上班时间都有专人接听，那其他的时间呢也都有这个语音的留言的一个答复。那我们会这个尽速的跟这个学生联络。那这一些呢，是我们对于这个侨外生座谈会对学生的一些关怀，包括让他们做一些分组讨论等等。好，那我的时间也差不多了，那就先跟大家简报到这个地方。那待会我们会有一些综合讨论时间，欢迎大家提出这个相关的这个交流讨论或分享。谢谢大家。
非常感谢刘专门委员，非常精彩、非常完整、有体系的，让我们知道，政府在发现，我们台湾有这种，对不起，这种，就是不法的仲介，把这个境外的学生，透过一些方式能够来引进我们台湾就学，但事实上其实是在剥削他们的劳动力。那在我们发现这样的问题之后呢，可以看得出来，从教育部出发，这个跨部会的，做一些连结跟因应，我相信这个问题应该可以得到非常有效的一个防治。那接下来的这个主题呢，第3个报告是对人口贩运之关键打击及预防作为，从中央执行考核地方政府谈起。那这个主题呢，我们是邀请到中央警察大学的林盈君教授来为我们报告。那请大家热烈掌声欢迎。
好，大家午安哦，我是中央警察大学林盈君。那这个案子呢，基本上是移民署委托我处理的一个案子哈。那我们基本上从2013年开始，那中央政府它在每年它会有一个对地方政府的防治人口贩运工作成果考核。那从2013到2019那我们其实已经进行了7年的经验。那这个考核怎么做？就是每年会有移民署、警政署、劳动部的代表就是他们的工作人员以及4到5名的专家学者。那会到每一个县市政府做现场的考核。那每一场大概是3个政府代表跟2个 专家学者会出席5个。那人到了这边之后呢那个过程大概是会有地方政府做 presentation， 然后所有的考核委员他会再根据去年一整年地方政府提供的资讯，那去看所有的工作上面的成果那个 file 夹是非常非常多，大概有40到50个 file 那所有的 detail 基本上会有大概40到60分钟的时间，让每一个考核委员针对他要负责的那个部分去打成绩。那接下来考核委员会提出他的一些问题，那期待地方政府就是可能他前面没有看到的，他提出问题，期待这些地方政府会有回应。那最后会有一个 feedback 的时间，那整个过程大概是3个小时左右那如果说那当然还有一些激励的方法如果说今天这个地方政府它考核的成绩满分100，如果他拿到了95分以上，那它就是特优的县市。那这个特优的县市，它可以暂停2年的考核，以及它可以在每年的人口贩运国际工作坊的时候得到颁奖。那如果说他拿的是90到94分的话，那就是优等的县市，他可以暂停1年的考核那这是奖励的方法那听起来好像很不错不过这个东西其实经历了7年之后，也遇到了一些困境。哪些困境呢？第一个就是因为有一些县市政府它可以就是2年不用考核，有一些政府它可以有一些县市是1年不用考核那每一次会考核到的县市，最后大概剩10几个。那这10几个县市，每一次的评核成绩出来，大多数的县市，大概80%的县市，它都可以拿到特优或者是优等。所以其实就是大概只有1个县市会拿不到，那1个县市往往是因为它是离岛县市，就是你知道我们对金门跟马祖要求什么人口贩运案件，就是太人口数少、地形数少、案件简单所以他要拿分数的方式也比较少所以这是第一个困境。那第二个困境是因为我刚刚提到说，我们大概每一次 committee 会有5个人出现，就到现场里面去做实地考核。但是对地方政府而言，他们要出席的人可能包含了他们的县市首长，然后他们每一个局处的局长，他们的承办人员那所以每一次的场次会出席的地方政府要工作人员大概会有20个、30个 even more所以其实真的是要出席的人员很多，那他们必须要做很多的准备，那可能他们要 arrange 所有 committee member 的时间所以其实是相当耗费许多行政成本的。那第3个其实是许多县市政府这几年负责承办的人员的反应就是他们觉得说，我刚刚提到我们其实有5个那个专家学者，那其实每个专家学者他专业不同，在意的议题不同，那关注的议题不同，他每一次 feedback 的方向也都不一样。所以有一些县市政府其实他就反映到说，可能今年遇到了硫磺老师，然后他就很在意这个劳动权益，结果隔年是我去，然后我就非常的在意这个性剥削，然后他们就会觉得去年硫磺老师的意见，他们已经做了很多的努力，结果今年我都没有关心到他们做了这个努力这样子所以他们会觉得这个在准备的方向遇到一些困境。然后再来就是每一个县市状况其实是相当不一样的，就是都市的城市的县市跟乡村的县市，然后山区的县市跟海边的县市，他们的状况其实都相当的不同。那我们过去其实只有用1个评核表去打分数那所以这个评核的状况其实就没有办法去配合到他们每一个县市的 diversity 所以这是下一个困境。然后最后一个是旧有的现在已经做了7年的这个评核表，其实没有办法去做积极查气的部分，就是基本上你没有 case 就没有 case， 没有 victim 就是没有 victim。但是我们怎么去鼓励他，让他虽然你今年没有 case， 那是真的没有 case， 还是你还不够努力？所以在这5点大概是这一次评核修正希望可以克服的方向。 那修正目标就包含希望这个新的评核方法哦，不只是把原来的工作完成，而是我们可以更积极的鼓励每个县市政府做防治策略。我们大多数的在 conference 里面听到的，其实都是以国家为单位的政策。好，那但是这一次这个部分其实是以县市，就是我们不只是把国家当成单一个个体来看，而是去看到这个县市政府他们之间的差异性。那每一个县市政府，它因为面临的状况的不同哦，可以有其他的发展出它自己的策略。好，那第二个就是我刚刚其实提到，就是过去我们的实地评核其实会需要花到很多的人力哈，所以这一次希望可以降低这些县市政府在准备评核的行政程序，让这个方式可以更有效能。然后，因为以前虽然整个那个 process 是大概是3个小时左右，但是实际上委员可以写的时间跟分享的时间其实是相当有限的，所以在那个 suggestion 的部分哈，其实可以写的东西是比较有限。那希望说未来我们可以希望经由1年1次的这样子的考核，能够对于这个县市有更积极的建议作为哈，增加这个所有评核委员的工作量这样。好，然后希望新的表哈是可以让不管这个县市政府是有 case 的还是没有 case 的，不管它是劳动剥削的、渔工剥削的、性剥削的、儿少性剥削的，他们在这个评核表当中都可以有机会突出他们自己的状况，然后最重要的就是希望他们能够积极的去查缉人口贩运案件哦，不是说没有就算了这样哈。好，那我们有2个主要的方法，2个支线在走哦。第一个就是试着去把过去所有的2013年到2018年所有的考核的评分表，所有的意见给类型化，就是我们其实有这么多的意见，在就是最后写出来，但是我希望把它通通丢到那个评分表里面，然后让它类型化，那指出一些。因为评分表没有写到，所以地方政府不知道这个他原来应该做，但是他琐碎的分布在不同的县市政府的意见里面，好，那通通把它类型化，把它加回那个评分表里面。然后第二个是我们其实选了5个不同类型的县市政府去做访谈，那希望去了解这一些县市政府它实际上在做。考核的时候遇到了什么样子的挑战，以及他们认为未来的考核方法应该要怎么样去修正，哈，所以这2个部分都是希望说可以让这个考核计划做得更好。好，那前面提到我们选了5个县市哦，这5个县市分别是新北市、桃园市、高雄市。还有南投县跟宜兰哦，为什么呢？因为第一个新北市这个是我们新住民人口数最多、台湾人口最多的县市哈。那他们在过去历年来人口贩运的查缉上面的人数、查缉的成效哈，其实也是相当明显的，所以把新北放1个。那第2个是桃园市，桃园市是我国移工最多的城市。第3个是高雄市，高雄市因为有境外聘雇渔工，它还有全国唯一的海洋局，所以还是在那个境外渔工的部分。然后南投县啊，那南投县是唯一的内地，所以它有很多的山区，它有很多。失联移工在山区里面工作的案例，所以把南投放进去。再来是宜兰哦，那宜兰是第1个有外籍渔工成立工会，那它的境内也有许多的境内聘雇渔工跟境外聘雇渔工，所以试着把不管是新住民也好，或者是移工人数，或者是渔工的人数，各式各样，甚至于是失联移工的人数的这些种类，都试着挑1个出来。那我希望知道说，在这一些县市政府当中，他们在处理这些意见的这些议题的时候，有什么样子的策略方法？所以我们的访谈大纲主要就是这7点。 好，那分成人口贩运防治的现况、评鉴的方法的意见，跟他们认为未来修正的方向在进行哦。所以主要是知道说这一些县市政府，他们认为他们自己跟其他类似的县市政府，例如说今天我在高雄市、新北市。我希望知道你认为你自己跟其他6都的县市在防治方法上面有什么样的不一样？你有什么样特色策略？好，然后再来就是，因为我们访谈的每一个县市访谈的这个受访者哦，就是这 focus group 的人哦，他们其实就是所有应该要承办这个评鉴业务的人，通通都会被纳进来，好，每一个单位都会被纳进来，所以我就是会想要去知道他们在做评鉴业务的时候，这个评鉴对于你打击人口贩运有什么样的益处？那在准备评鉴有遇到什么样的困境？你认为应该要怎么样去修正？这个评鉴对你的工作而言是有哪一些是优点？那缺点又是什么？那第3个部分就是回到未来你想怎么做？那其实，在修正之前，大概就已经有一个方向，就是希望能够把实地评核改成书面评核。那实际上，因为今年 COVID-19 的关系，实际上我们今年就试着做了书面评核的方法。好，那也希望知道这些实际在工作的地方政府的 staff， 他们对于这个评鉴实地评核新的评鉴方法，他们认为有什么意见？那这是在focus group 上面我们主要的议题。那另外一条线其实走的就是从2013年到2018年的评核意见指标。那这是过去前面你会看到那个指标跟项目哦，那是旧有的表格里面就已经设定的。那所以我现在是把旧有的表格当中已经有的这些 column， 然后把过去7年来评核意见各个委员的意见，但是它本来没有呈现在表格里面整理出来哈。那第一个呢，在 education 的部分教育就是对于县市政府的工作人员的教育训练应该要做什么那以前的这一些评核委员就是基本上他们会提出来的意见都是相当类似的啦，是有一个趋向性的就他认为说，好，第一个就是这个训练计划，它应该是要由县市的有一个系统性的计划你会常常看到可能是教育局今年他就找了2个老师来上课，然后社会局今年就找2个老师来上课，可是他们就是各自做各自的训练，他们之间是没有交流的，然后他们要找谁这件事情也没有关系，他们跟今年上的课跟去年上的课也没有什么关系，可能就有一种Google 出来就是谁方便谁有空就找了谁这样子所以前面的委员其实就有提到说，那个训练计划其实是应该要由县市政府的某一个人去某一些 team group， 就是决定我们今年想要着重在什么样子的方向、什么样子的议题例如这个我们今年的特优的基隆市，那基隆市其实在去年，因为他们就是讲到刚刚前面教育部的案件，就是他们发现有外籍生遭受劳动剥削，所以他们去年的那个 training 其实就是 focus 在外籍生劳动剥削的案例这样子所以会有一个系统性的或者是时代性的、有背景性的，就是我今年想要做什么题目，那像这些 training 都应该要被分成初阶跟进阶，那也不是做完 training 就好了，做完之后会有一个满意度调查以及分析，那很多县市政府的满意度调查跟分析其实都得到了许多我觉得很正向、很有用的 feedback，那所以最后一个就是应该要以同仁需求为导向，就是当你去看那个 survey 的时候，你就会看到说。他会说：“我今天上这个课觉得很有趣，但是很有用，但是我希望觉得什么东西可以再继续增加，因为那个部分我觉得还不够清楚等等那我发现这个以需求为导向的策略其实也是很重要的那这是 education 的部分。那第2个呢是大众宣导那大众宣导是提到要怎么样，就是哪一些对象是你应该要宣导的。”那这个所谓你应该要宣导的对象，不应该是漫无目的。早上那个 荷兰的 Venice 对不对 ？Levisa， 它就是提到那个 barriers 的部分，就是你有多少的 barriers 的，这是相同的概念。就是我在我这个县市当中，通常遇到的个案案件状况是什么？那这一些案件例如我有很多移工遭受仲介剥削的部分，那所以我的宣导就应该要 focus 在仲介公司的宣导所以这是一个你应该去思考你要宣导的对象是什么。那你宣导的方式也不一定只是请他们到某一个地方去上课那可能要 outsource， 就是到不一样的状况、不一样的情形，根据你个案的状况，然后去决定你要如何选择你宣导的方法然后再来其实是回到跨单位的合办的资源共享那我们其实常常遇到，我在做 focus group 的时候，其实常常会遇到有一些单位反映他们其实没有那么多的资源那但是我也听到有一些这个单位反映到他们钱太多花不完所以这是一个资源共享的概念。好，那下一个是 prosecution 在起诉的部分分成2个，这是旧有的表格就已经有的，一个是查契的合作，一个是资料库的建立那我们要怎么样去促进这个查契合作可以更有效就是包含热点的分析、跨县市的合作那很多案件其实不是只有单一县市，然后哪一些地点是比较容易产生这个县市，这只有当地政府最了解嘛。然后哪一些不管是性剥削或者劳动剥削，哪一些地方最容易有失联移工，哪一些地方容易有性剥削的案件，其实这个都是当地政府最清楚的部分然后再来，我们有一块是希望对于过去曾经查契过的案件做追踪就是所有的案件并不是把它送进法院就好了最后他到底有没有被起诉，他到底有没有被定罪，他为什么没有被起诉，他为什么没有被定罪，这些东西都应该要被 follow up。 好，那再来是资料库的建立在起诉的部分通译人员其实是相当重要的那所以这一块是前面的委员其实就已经提过，希望可以建立通译人员资料库评点制。我想在场很多人都知道之前高雄案的渔工的案子，就是当那个 interpreter 他根本其实不知道那个 victim 的语言的，对不对？那因为我过去也常常遇到那个口译的困境所以这是资料库的评点制，就是我们希望建立一个也 maybe 是 app， 也许只是一个 Excel 表那但是由每个县市政府自己去决定。那就是说，所有的人他曾经用了这个资料库上面的哪一个口译员，用完之后，我可能告诉他说我在什么时候用了什么语言，那我觉得这个口译的成效是如何，帮他打个星星。那未来其他的人他在找通译的时候，他在这个资料库当中，他就有点像叫 Uber 一样的概念有0到5颗星星，我就可以有更多的选择，让我知道说这个人他的工作状况怎么样好，那在保护的部分为被害人的保护就包含了对于他们在接受医疗、接受法律咨询、接受通译协助的记录然后还有一个是我们目前其实被害人很多都是委托在不同的安置单位那我们也希望县市政府对于这些安置单位是有更多督导的责任。那伙伴关系的部分包含了2个部分就是在政府当中彼此之间跨单位的合作跟参与那我不知道大家对于政府当中局处不同跨单位的合作跟参与的概念如何但是一个案件那例如一个很简单的一个性剥削的案件，性剥削的案件往往是从警察局发现的，警察局出去的时候，他发现了一个卖淫的案件，这个卖淫的案件人带到了分局之后，那我发现这个人有可能是被害人，这个时候我带了社工进来，我带了口译进来，所以你看这个时候他已经有3个不同的人了，然后我还要把他 放到那个安置单位里面去，好，所以其实这个每一个地方政府，它在于一个案件当中的合作，不同局处的合作的运作的好不好，哦，其实是相当影响到我们对被害人保护品质的部分，哈，所以跨单位之间的合作，然后或者是县市政府跟当地的 NGO 之间的合作，哈，那其实政府能够做的部分，真的还是就是某一个部分。那在很多比较不同的，例如说这个 victim protection 的部分，其实很多东西都还是必须要靠 NGO 的合作，哈，那甚至于这边还放了外管之间的合作，那很多在那个 identity 啊 nationality 啊，在文件上面的部分哈，其实都还是会需要用到外管的合作，然后还有我们自己对于社区之间哈，那这都是历年来评鉴委员当中提到的意见。然后最后一个是一个在台湾一个比较特殊的，就是我们一直以来都是看到 4 Ps 哦，我们看到那个预防、起诉、保护跟伙伴关系哦。那台湾的评鉴里面一直都有另外一个东西啊，叫 creativity 啊，创新作为。好几年来，中央政府其实都期待每一个县市政府可以看见他自己去思考，然后看见他自己和其他的县市政府有什么样子的不一样，他自己有哪一些特殊的类型，那可以针对他面临到的困境提出新的解决方法哈。这个是创新作为。那在去年开始加入了另外一个点，就是除了创新作为之外，也许是议题的深入讨论哈。所以这是我们在 4 Ps 之外哈，我们一直还有的部分。那跑完5个县市政府跟看完过去7、8年的各个委员的意见分析之后，哈，那也听了好几个县市政府实际上面在评核上面的意见。那目前为止，它是一个还没有做完最后决议的修正案啦。那目前为止，它的方向大概包含这几个啊。第一个就是这个案未来我们的评核就不做实地考核了，我们做书面评核。那今年实际上就做了第1年的书面评核。那这书面评核的经验，就是大家都觉得还蛮不错的哈，就是我们有更多的时间，工作时间其实多了很多，但是真的是有更多的时间可以去看所有的资料，那这个资料就可以看得更详细、更有建设性这样子。那我跟大家分享一下，我没有在看时间，我跟大家分享一下，我们有其中一个委员就发现一件事，就是他们就发现他的那个活动的时间可能写7月，结果下面附的照片大家都穿长袖，好啊，或者是还有一个，他就发现，因为我们今年的那个警察制服换新的了嘛。然后他就发现那个上面附的照片的警察制服是旧的，所以你看我们真的看很细哦，我们常常被抱怨我们出去看很细啊，所以这是评核书面评核为主哈，那但是我们会建立出一个更有完整性的评核指标哈。那所有的评核表，等一下大家会看到，都是分成有被害人跟无被害人。然后第3个是我其实把评鉴委员改成其他的部分，就是前面提到，大家其实会抱怨说，因为每个县市政府去的只有2个这个专家学者，那他们觉得每一次每年在意的人是不一样的，在意的 issue 是不同的，所以我未来把所有的这个评核表就分成这几个，就是移民署的代表跟警政、劳政跟社政的专家学者，那把整个所有的表全部都分成这4个不同的类型去打分数，每一个学者就去打当年度所有接受评核的这一样的标准哈，就是我去看社政，那我就是所有当年度应该要接受评核的县市政府的社政，统统都是由我打的，那就可以去克服掉当地政府他认为说我们每一次一样的 item， 但是不一样的人打分数，在意的点是不一样的这个困境。好，然后所以因此哈，所有各县市的同一个指标，它都会由相同的委员来评分，来维持这个指标的公平性。那因为我是书面 平和，所以我其实有更多的时间可以去看这些资料，所以我可以增加意见回馈的时间。那这个意见的回馈就可以写得更有建设性、更精准。我认为这个县市政府它目前做了什么，它什么没有做，它未来的可以发展的方向应该是什么？好。那其实今年我们很多 feedback 都是直接用 notebook 就是去打了，所以我就可以做出更详细的意见。好，然后每一个评核指标都会用电子档来储存查阅，然后统一附件的档名，所以以后不管每一年的每一个档名点出来哈，那这个所有县市政府这个档名显出来都是相同的资料，我就可以让他们每一年一直不断的存下去。对于这个县市政府而言，它也比较好，因为我们这次在跑的过程当中，发现一个很大的困境，就是县市政府承办人员的流动率非常的高，所以我可能一次过来10个承办人员当中，只有1个或者是2个。他曾经做过相同的评鉴，那等于所有的工作经验无法累积，好，那大家好像变成你时间到了才发现我现在需要做这件事情，然后我就去翻翻去年大家做了什么，然后我没有我去年做了什么，所以我就去 imitate， 然后去做今年一样的事情，那等于是本来这个评鉴是为了要让防治人口贩运在过去的1年当中做得更好。哦，那可是结果变成说，因为大家每次承办人员都不同，所以他其实平常也没有太多时间去了解什么叫做防治人口贩运，那他可以做些什么去思考这个业务哈。那只是到最后他才发现啊，原来我要做这件事情，然后去做文件的储存资料跟统整哈。那我觉得是非常非常可惜的。所以当未来我们把这些东西都可以统一化的时候，哈，那至少每一年这些数字、这些成果都是可以被储存、系统性的储存，哈。好，那指标的修正部分，哈，有一些修正的配分，然后以前有一个系统是我们会请县市政府自己去打自己的分数啦，那就后来发现自己打自己的分数这件事情其实没有太大的成效，就是可能大家每个人都打99.9分这样，然后后来我们就这一次部分我们就把自评分数全部都取消了，然后再来是因为本来就的这个模型是在第1次我们开始做人口贩运县市考核的时候就有了，所以其实在当初从什么都没有到要建立的时候，有许多的标准都是希望它要做流程、做 SOP 的部分。好，那可是因为你知道我们已经做了7年的 SOP， 那个 SOP 就是 SOP， 所以它在这个部分就没有SOP 这件事情，其实就没有太大的修正哈，所以这一次也就是把所有 SOP 的东西全部都取消了，那我们改成也比较直化的方向哈，就是对于流程规定的可执行度跟确实的执行率，就是如果你没有 case 的话，那你可以怎么做？如果你有 case 的话，那你做了多少？啊，用从这2个方向来打分数。好，那我们接下来就实地的进入这个表，最后发生了什么事情？好，因为人口贩运防治法当中有规定，县市政府1年要做2次的联系汇报哈。那至于本来是希望说，觉得说，那这件事情就是每一年 routine 在做，那是不是这个分数可不可以把它拿掉，不要做？那但是因为我在跑地方政府的时候，这个地方政府工作人员其实是有一直反映到说，实际上这个东西因为有规定，所以这每一个县市政府的首长，他其实对这件事情，因为规定，然后要去开会，然后因为有打分数，大家可以看到，他其实是分成，如果是首长开会、副首长开会、秘书长开会，或者是其他的主管开会，他的分数是不一样的哈。那因为这件事情，就会让一些可能本来没有那么注意到这件议题的县市首长或副首长，会去更加注意这个议题。那所以后来最后。目前为止，这个会议主持人层级的 分数还是没有拿掉，只是变少分而已。好，所以就是还是期待。那我们回头去看，就是这个直向是每一个我们打分数的 item， 那横向的话就是分数有占几分哈，就是满分100分，那会议召开的形式满分就是1分这样子哈。然后附件党名就是我这次讲的，就是我期待，因为以后全部都改成电子书面了哈，所以就是希望我所有的 click 点下去1至1点进去，我就是每一个县市的这一个东西，我就不需要再去看它到底是什么哈。那1.1它是里面的附件要附什么，就在这里面，就是这个会议流程。所以我只要点了1.1进去，不管是哪一个县市政府，不管是哪一个年度，我点进去就会是那一个年度那个县市政府会议流程哈。好，所以这是大概是电子书面的那个整个系统哈，所以就是会有1.1至2跟1至3这样子，1至2进去就会是会议记录。我在会议记录里面，我就可以清楚的看到这次会议记录的会议主持人是谁，然后我在1至3点进去，我就可以精准的去知道这一次参加这个会议当中有哪一些单位是哪一些人，因为我要求这个表进去就是要有所有的人的 title， 然后所以我一看到这个签到表的 title 的时候，好，我就会看到哈，然后好，所以这，我的天，我看到时间到3个字，然后。在专业训练的部分，哈，那前面讲到 training 这件事情非常的重要 ，training 的部分也是希望可以看见，有哪一些人来参加，各自是多少人，哈，然后他们跟这份工作有什么相关，就是我们强化了很多质化的部分，我希望能够在经由这些文件当中可以精准的去看见到底是什么，不是每一个县市政府有邀请，今天在场应该很多 NGO， 不是你有邀请 NGO 来参加就好了，而是你要告诉我你邀请的这些 NGO， 它跟你这个县市政府之间的合作的关系是什么？好，然后宣导品的部分，以前也是，就是可能只是要求他们要有宣导品，但是宣导这件事情不是只有这样的哈。你可以看到宣导品的使用跟成效，其实已经是最低的要求了哈。那还包含了，其实都这个年代了，你在网站上面，你在通讯软体上面，有一些县市政府，他们就是跟他们那个县市政府所有的移工团体建立了一个 LINE 的群组，所以他所有的讯息，他就可以很快的从这个 GO 送到 NGO， 再从 NGO 送到所有 potential victim， 那个合作其实就会很快速，那你也就可以看到那个地方政府跟 NGO 之间partnership 的成效，其实这些东西其实都是相当快就可以呈现出来的哈。然后这个县市政府它有没有做主题活动？它是不是试着把人口贩运作为是他们工作上面很重要的一个部分哈？好。下一个是在讲 victim protection 的部分，一样这个表都是从4P 来做 victim protection 的部分，大家可以看到，虽然分成劳政跟，因为在台湾的 victim protection 分成社政跟劳政哦。如果今天是拿着工作签证来的 victim， 他们是归劳政单位去做后续的部分。那如果今天是成年的国人被害人、未成年的国人被害人，甚至于未成年的外国人被害人，哈，它会是归在社政的部分。所以所有的表都试着把成年的、未成年的跟他们的国籍通通都分开，然后去了解他们的被害人的人数，然后他们安置在哪里，他们使用了哪一些福利的类型。那尤其是这一次我们目前其实正在修人口贩运防治法。那人口贩运防治法在修法的其中的某一个就是某一项的建议，其实就是有 focus 在成年被害人的部分，因为现在的成年被害人，因为他已经成年了，他又是国人啊，我们其实不能够强迫他去住在我们接受我们的安置哈，因为他觉得可能是行动限制啦哈，所以其实有一些部分，那所以以前我们可能对于成年国人被害人不能做任何事哈，就真的他可能不愿意就不愿意哈，那我们这次试着去把它列为记录，就是你给了他什么样子的福利，你去问他他需要什么样子的福利，那所以我就可以更清楚的看见哈，我让所有承办的 单位去思考，我实际上还可以做什么哦，这是一个很重要的方向。好，那对于没有被害人的部分哦，我们会做什么？没有被害人，以前没有被害人就没有了，因为我们也不知道没有被就很处于一个，因为你没有被害人嘛，那我可以叫你做什么？那我在这一次的设计当中，其实就把所有的无被害人的县市都希望他们去做更进一步的思考。好，所以如果今天你告诉我，你这个县市政府过去1年你没有遇到任何一个拿工作签证来台的被害人的案件的时候，那么请你告诉我，在这个县市政府，你的县市政府当中，你的移工的分析，他总共有多少人？他在哪一个产业？他的性别分布是什么？他的年龄分布是什么？他过去1年失联了多少人？那么你在查获的时候，你在这个地方查获了多少人？他们又都是在哪一些地方工作？然后虽然你还没有，但是你的安置的合作计划有什么？如果今天发生了一个案件，这个案件一口气就来了20个失联移工的被害人的时候，你会把它放在哪里？它可以收容多少？它可以提供哪一些服务？你有哪一些访视策略？哈，这都是过去我们对于没有被害人的县市没有的工作量。那这一次统统都把它放进去了哈。那所以一样哦，如果今天是成年国人被害人，那因为国人的被害人主要都是在性剥削的部分哦，所以我就希望这个县市政府他可以去思考，在我这个县市政府当中，通常我会看到的性剥削的类型是什么？它的热点在哪里？那相关案件，什么叫相关案件？就是这一些案件不被认为是性剥削被害人，他们被认为是自愿卖淫，所以他们会被用社会秩序维护法来处理哈。那所以如果今天是社会秩序维护法遇见的案件，那他们其实都可能是被害人嘛。那只是我们可能没有发现，他们也自己不这样觉得，也没有人觉得他们是哈。这是 potential victim 的部分。那我过去1年，虽然我告诉你我没有发现任何性剥削的案子，但是我有去查罄。好，所以我要告诉你，我去哪里，我查了几次，然后这一些案件后来发生了什么样子的状况，以及一样回到那个可提供的服务，就是前面，因为国人被害人被安置几率实在是太少了哈，所以我可能不是只是考虑安置的部分，而是做服务内容的分析哈。那下面未成年的儿童跟未成年的国外的部分也是。那我虽然时间到，但是我还是想要提到，我遇到了一个案件，其实是某一个县市政府的社工跟我分享的，我在这边也跟大家分享，因为我觉得是在讨论当中很少被提到的，就是我们有社工遇见妈妈自己是在性相关的工作。然后他的小朋友，他也让他去了，所以他的小孩子可能未成年就去做台陪酒。好，那这是我这一次在做访谈的时候，就是比较注意到的，因为以前我们其实没有针对这一块，特别至少在案件上其实没有看到的哈。那所以为什么这次？因为实际上有另外一个县市政府跟我反映说，这个表里面其实是没有非本国人未成年的性剥削，但是他们自己遇到了，就是可能小朋友小时候就是妈妈可能是外国人，然后小朋友是他妈妈在原来前一段婚姻就在国外生的，后来他把小朋友带回台湾，就他后来跟一个台湾人结婚，然后他把小朋友带回台湾，但是他把小朋友带回台湾之后，是让小朋友就是遭受性剥削的案件这样。然后再来是安置被害人，有被害人的时候，我们会要求他们去做服务资料的统计；没被害人的时候，我们要求他们要去做一个医疗人员疑似被害人指南哈，就是因为医疗的部分，其实在 training 的部分一直都遇见，每一个县市都一样，都遇到了一个比较大的困境。为什么？医生的时薪比较高，我们比较很难要求他们要去上课，所以这是这个指南的部分哈。那在查罄的部分，这是表格好，然后 一样在没有被害人的部分的发展是比较多的，就是如果今天你查气告诉我没有人，那为什么？你采取了哪一些行动？那要记录下来，然后你认为为什么没有查获的原因？然后再来就是，这次我们前面提到的，就是对于通译资料库完整性的要求，还有犯罪热点的分析跟疑似被害追踪的部分，哈，对。好，最后一个。就是创新作为跟深度议题，那创新作为跟深度议题是在4P 之外的部分。那它其实这个项目其实占了非常高的分数，它总100分里面它占了10分，所以其实县市政府对于这个项目都一直非常的苦恼这样子哈。那但是这个东西都还是在许多的讨论，最后目前这个东西都还是被留在这里哈。那因为我们还是期待可以让县市政府有多一点的时间去花心思再去思考他自己这个县市目前面临到的困境，跟他未来可以发展的部分这样子。那很抱歉超过时间，那这是目前这个计划发展的方向。谢谢。
好，掌声谢谢林教授精彩的分享哦。那接下来呢是我们中场休息茶叙的时间，我们休息到4点，请各位贵宾呢4点准时回到会场，我们还有精彩的综合讨论哦，请大家不要错过了。Ladies and gentlemen, we take a tea break right now, and we'll be back by 4 o'clock. We still have a panel discussion at the very end. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾，我们最后的综合讨论呢，再过1分钟之后即将要正式开始了，请您准备就座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for the last session of the day. Thank you. 欢迎大家呢回到会场哦。那接下来呢是我们今天会议的最后一个阶段的综合讨论的时间。那听完了刚才3位讲者的简报之后呢，我们先请2位语坛老师来跟我们分享。那我们再次有请我们这个阶段的主持人、我们的政委员，我们介绍2位语坛贵宾。Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming your moderator again to introduce our commentators.
谢谢。诚如我们刚刚司仪所说的，我们刚刚听了3场非常精彩各有特色的这个报告哈。那我想呢，这3场的，就是我们刚刚3个报告呢哈，如果能够再有这个语坛的话哈，应该可以这个画龙点睛哈，可以让我们对这3个主题呢，可以有更多的看见跟更深入的了解哈。那我们今天呢邀请到的2位语坛人呢，第一位是我们第1场的主持人哈，国立中正大学劳工关系学系的刘黄丽娟教授。那我想大家对她都很熟悉哈，所以我就不多介绍了。那接下来我们用热烈的掌声来欢迎刘黄老师。
谢谢主持人。我觉得移民署应该要颁给我一个全勤奖哈，我应该是从第1届那个国际工作坊然后到现在都持续在参与的。所以我们每一年就是我自己参与的这个观察，然后我当然我也会自己去思考说，我们的每一年我们到底是越来越乐观的呢，还是越来越悲观所以这个是上午跟2位keynote 提出的这个问题，因为我自己也在做这样子一个观察。那我们这个场次呢，基本上本来这个题目的设定，它是有关于被害人的保护跟所谓的新生，也就是说，可能是有关于到他回国之后的后续的这个追踪跟联系。那与其我们来谈，当他已经成为一个被害人之后，怎么样去做保护？那我倒希望说，能够去提出一个我自己目前一直在构思的一个想法，也就是说，与其某一个部分特别强，比方说，当我们的公共治理的能力薄弱的时候，也许我们的民间会很强。可是，或者是当我们的某一个议题非常的遭受或引起国际的关注的时候，比方说一开始的时候，我们有关于劳动剥削，尤其是外籍移工的议题的时候，劳动部它就要变得很强，因为它就要发展出非常多的有关于包括从仲介的管理，然后到整个的招募过程所有的监督，所以它自己本身它必须要长出力量。 那我们的法治会给他力量，让他有这样的一个力量去做这个部分的发展。那当我们开始去关注到的是境外雇佣的渔工的时候，我们现在又关注到的是有关于渔业署的这个部分。那当然，境外渔工的权利的保护的部分，它不会只是渔业署部分的渔业署的这个责任而已，它一样就是它会是一个跨部会的整个的协调跟合作。那么，与其我们用这样的一种方式，就是当开始发生一个新的议题，比方说我们今天谈的是境外学生的这个部分，可是其实台湾已经从一个所谓的人口贩运的，我们说或者是说外籍迁移里面的目的国，也就是说，过去我们都是接受来源国的这些外籍的劳动力，可是我们现在也慢慢从一个接受国、目的国，我们自己也反而变成是一个来源国。为什么？因为我们的打工度假的这些学生，每一年打工度假的学生，他其实也在陆陆续续，我们会听到有关于劳动剥削，甚至是性剥削的像这样子的这种个案。所以，我们看着整个的全球的这种人口贩运，它发展的这样子的一个趋势，它其实是会感受到的是，因为有更多的新的科技。因为有各种整个供应链的这个里面的这些复杂性，其实我们也会看到说，有更多的潜在的很可能会成为受害者的这样子的一个可行性。所以我就觉得，我们应该去借鉴有一些，比方说像从环境管理的这个概念，也就是用所谓的生态系统 （ecosystem）， 所以。用生态系统它强调的是让本身的这个整个的系统，这个生态，它是一个健康的生态。也就是说，这个生态它自己本身它就可以长出力量的生态。所以，当各种生物它在里面的时候，它这些生物它自己是可以自己的滋长，然后它自己是可以长出力量的。而且这些植物彼此之间、生物之间，它们可以去共助、互助。所以我们有看到有一些植物跟动物之间它的这种互生共生，所以也许我们在思考怎么去面对强迫劳动跟人口贩运的时候，我觉得我们也可以去借助的就是像这样子的一个生态系统的这种 approach， 也就是用这样的取径，我们来看看它的可能性。所以我会认为说，一个健康的一个生态系统，尤其是在面对我们现在的所谓的跨国的劳动迁移的这个部分呢，它其实是有一些，它其实是有一些它是有一些前提的。所以如果我们来从跨国迁移我们用这样子一个图像来看的话，我们从 micro， 也就是说从迁移者本身，就是劳工，我们现在因为我们是以从事经济活动为主，所以我们从劳工本身来讲，所以它会是一个在微观的层次的部分 ，micro level 的这个部分的话，虽然它是一个个别劳工他自己的一个旅程 ，an individual journey， 它也许看上是一个冒险，可是呢，它其实是有非常多的各种不同的期待的，大多数的可能他就是想要到另外一个国家去，透过在当地国赚钱，去改变他的人生，翻转他的境遇，然后滋养他的家人。这个可能是一般性的，可是也许也是会有一些是他本来就希望能够透过打工这样子的一个管道，他很可能他可以到这个国家，他可以有更多其他的发展的空间。所以，其实包括从 micro level 的部分，你会看到说，即使它是一个个人的一个行为，它其实它背后它有非常多很多复杂的不同的原因。那当我们要去招募一个移工进来的时候，你懂得，你知道他背后的动机是什么，你知道他想望的是什么，他其实背后是非常复杂，因为每个人的思维本来就是很复杂的。那我们再到一个中观的这个层次的时候，我们就是说组织层级的时候，我们就看到说，它中观的层级，它可能会涉及到的是不同的，也就是说来源国的劳动市场跟目的国的劳动市场之间，他们的供需的这个部分的调节。所以在这个里面，我们就会看到说，主管机关它必须要有的一个前提是，它有没有办法去做这样子的一个 管制跟管理的工作，因为在这个里面很可能也会有一些我们所谓的，比方说用偷渡或者是用其他的这种目的来从事不一样的工作，所以这边有管制，然后也有管理的这个部分。好，所以我们说的在中观层级，我们必须要去顾虑到的是产业之间的这个需求，还有双方的劳动市场的差异性。有人渴望到另外一个国家从事工作，透过这个工作，那能够壮大他自己的家庭，翻转他自己的命运。那另外一个目的国，他很希望的是借由外国的这些移动力，可以协助他解决他的缺工，或者是照顾他的家人、至亲的人。好，在 meso level， 那么我们在 macro level， 我们在巨观的层级，那我们就会看到说，其实跨国迁移它涉及到的是，因为它虽然是跨国，可是它毕竟它还是各个国家的主管机关的权限，就是说国内的权限、政府的权限。所以呢，是每一个国家它可以自己去决定，我需要或者是我愿意开放什么样子的工作给哪一些国家啊。那么也是因为这个样子，所以国际的这种跨国迁移里面，现在一直都在强烈的讨论是有没有一个更强而有力的国际组织，它是可以去照顾到所有各种不同态样的这种跨国迁移里面所产生的争议，因为这个的确是需要跨国的合作。那么另外一个是国际政治，因为它既然它是各个国家的主管的权利，所以很多的国家它反而会把它用在什么，在政治、在外交上面作为一个筹码，所以国际就是跨国迁移的劳动迁移里面，它也会去涉及到的是国际的外交跟国际政治的这个敏感的议题。那么除了我们刚刚说的微观、中观到巨观的这个层次的先前你必须要去考虑到的这些条件之外，我们还必须要去考虑的是我们整个的法律的这个法规范的这个体系。其次是考虑到，因为它是跨国，所以不同国家的人来到这个地方之后，它的 cultural value， 它的文化的价值，因为台湾是一个，你可以说它是一个对宗教的这个部分相当的多元的，也就是说，我们在这个部分的包容性是比较高的。我们有我们接纳各种不同的宗教，可是不同的目的国，如果它是一个一神教的时候，它在面对不同的宗教，它也许它在看待宗教的，就是 culture 的这个部分，它很可能也就会有不一样的这个理解。那另外一个是我们还必须要去看到 local characteristic， 也就是说在地的，也就是说当这个劳工当他被安置、被放到一个到底是一个农业县还是一个大都会，然后他从事的这个工作到底是在家里还是在某一个什么样子的产业，或者是在照顾的长照的这个部分，所以他还要去关注到我们说的 local 的这个部分。所以刚刚林英君老师他有提到的，这是地方县市政府的它的那个差异性。可是你光从地方县市的差异性，那你还可以看到更多的是什么？看到更多的是，那么你进到更小的区、更小的村、更小的岛的时候，那你就知道，它其实它要去关注到的层面，它其实是非常大的。OK， 所以这一些我们刚刚前面所提到的这一些需求都能够被满足，那个才叫是我们的一个。我自己所期待的一个健康的一个生态系统，也就是说，我们能够去关注到这几个层面。那在我们提到说，对于像这样子的一个跨国移工的保护，那我们的确是需要一个是强大有力，也就是说，让这个生态系里面的每一种生物，我现在用生物，其实就是每一个不同的利益相关者，他自己都可以本身长出力量。如果一个移工，他从来源国到目的国，他从不管他是从印尼、越南、泰国，他来到台湾，如果他来的这整个的这个过程里面，他们不会因为法制上面他被削弱、被削弱，或者是我举个例子，我们现在的整个的外籍移工的这个聘雇体系里面，因为不可以任意转换雇主，那么虽然说现在劳发署一直在强调说他们已经不断的在给予弹性、给予放宽。 那我们现在还看到，就是转换的可能性还是非常有限的。然后呢，它其实是绑在一个雇主的身上，也就是说，它是完全依赖于单一雇主。当他完全依赖于单一雇主的时候，他的自由就受到非常大的这个限制。所以，当一个移工他来到台湾之前，他其实已经被五花大绑了。他被绑到他几乎他不能保护他自己。当他不能保护他自己，整个制度我们把它削弱之后，然后我们再来谈保护他。那我们为什么不从一个生态系统来思考说，那我怎么样子让他来到台湾，他就是一个健健康康，他就是可以发声，他就是可以自己长出力量的。这个是我自己在思考的部分。所以，如果我们要有一个生态系统的话，我觉得我们必须要去思考的是，目的国跟来源国之间的政府，请问我们所分享的是同样一种价值标准吗？我们对于人权的这个部分，我们是分享的是同样一种价值标准吗？然后我们一直在强调，我们现在一直在强调的就是人口贩运，一直强调的是国际合作。可是，在国际合作之前，我们的政府或者我们的政府是不是跟其他国家的政府之间，我们能不能够先去发展出来一个比较对等的、比较有效的一种对话的方式？我常常听到的有一些政府官员是，他们认为说他们走不出去，或者是来源国的政府拒绝，或者是对于跟我们国家的政府官员的接触是非常小心的。因为会担心对岸的这个压迫或者是监督，好，所以整个人口贩运，我认为整个人口贩运的这个我们说的生态系统，它其实是需要更多的，就像我们现在这样的一个场合，我们可以非常自由的不同的国家，我们去分享有关于这个价值，我们怎么去看待这件事情，我们怎么去看待这个议题啊？那除了这个部分之外，那另外一个是，对于国际的一些相关的劳动法源、legal system、legal instrument， 还有我们自己国家的这些法律的这些规范，它的落实，也就是说，我们这个制定这个法律，它必须要基本上它必须要能够落实，可以被监督。也就是说，我们期待的是这个法，它不是要去杀掉一个产业，它不是要去毁灭一个产业。而是让这个产业它可以活得很健康。我所谓活得很健康，指的是在这个里面，我们是有法可循的。我们在这个里面受害的人，他是可以得到救援的，他可以发声的。好，这个发声还可以从他自己本身发出来。我觉得很多的科技都可以做到这个部分。然后最后是一个，我们必须要我们说的在微观的层次的这个部分。是一个以人为中心的一个工作的场所，那这个部分是必须还要包括 home base， 也就是说我们现在的家庭看护工的这个部分的，就是要去发展一个生态体系，它必须它是以人为中心，因为人就是在这个里面所有活动的利益相关者。那最后一个是，与其我们到最后我们开始很急迫的想要去谈人口贩运，我们还不如来关切，当一个移工，当一个人，他从一个国家、一个来源国，他到另外一个国家的时候，他其实立刻面临到的是什么样子的一个问题？也就是说，如果我们能够花更多的力气，是去处理前面的，从劳资争议开始，劳资争议是两个劳资双方对于一个共同的一个条件彼此不满意，彼此不同的见解。所产生的争议，比方说我们对于薪资、工资、加班费、工时的计算的问题，这个是劳资争议。再往这个光谱再往右边再走一点，我们可能来到了就是劳动剥削。劳动剥削是日常我们常常看到，不管你是在任何的一个产业，不管你是本国人，不管你是外国人。再往光谱的右边再走一点。它很可能，它就会涉及到的就是强迫劳动。所以在这个部分，国际劳工组织它有11个指标，这11个指标特别针对的就是在强迫劳动的部分。那么，如果你再提到说有更多的是有关于组织型的犯罪的部分的话，那么它会是人口贩运。这个是我自己对于人口贩运这个光谱的理解。所以，如果我们花80%的力气把它放在劳动剥削到 强迫劳动的这个部分，它几乎很少，它就会落到人口贩运。好，我很快的到最后一个，就是我用一个移工他的整个迁移的这个过程，我们假设我们来做这样子的一个例子的话，我们从移工出国之前 pre-departure， 他在他的来源国的部分，如果他在他的来源国的部分，他有一个足够的时间做准备，所谓的做准备是包括语言，包括他所需要的专业，包括他非常清楚他到当地他所要从事的工作是什么样子的工作，他要进到什么样子的温度底下，他要去跟什么样子的人相处，他会面临到什么样子的风险。如果这个部分他都可以有充分的资讯，然后他可以得到什么样子的待遇跟处遇。如果这个部分他都可以有足够，我们说的足够的这个时间，可是常常最大的一个问题是，劳方跟资方都认为没有时间。一个移工，他身上有的就是只有他的劳动力，他的劳动力如果不把它交换出去，交换到劳动市场，他是没有钱的。也就是因为这个样子，移工他常常会被迫忽略他自己本身的风险。所以那就是制度要让这个准备的时间要把它拉长。好，那另外一个是ILO 的这个公平雇用的这个原则，其实这个指引在ILO 你立刻就可以下载，我们都可以去一个 guideline 我们去做检视，台湾到底做得怎么样。然后另外一个是他从来源国，所以出国之前，假设他都有得到这些充分的资讯，他也很清楚他要来干嘛。到他下了机场之后，他所得到的，他面对的是一个友善的，而且是能够愿意接受差异性的这样子的一个工作场所，或者是这样子的一个雇主，或者是这样子的一个家庭。我们常常说，接受其他人的差异性其实是很困难的，那么你就先容忍。我真的觉得这个是 Dutch model 啊，因为我自己跟荷兰就是过去读书的这个经验，你做不到包容，你至少先容忍。我就觉得，那我们就是先学着先容忍他的差异性，慢慢习惯了你就好了。那到了台湾，接下来他就会被放到他要服务的这个地方，所以能够有一个平等的 social floor， 就是我们说的社会安全的这个部分的保护，跟最低的国际劳动基准的这个保护，也就是说，这个保护是普世的，到处都应该要被适用，到处都应该要被尊重的。然后最后的是一个 safe return， 因为它结束了，所以他可以很安全的回去，或者他可以选择留在台湾 permanent integration。那这个部分，他不见得一定要规划成为台湾人，而是他可能会有一个，比方说是一个长期的工作居留，或者是永久居留，让他可以自由的来去，他不需要再去依赖所谓的中介或者是其他的机制。如果我们能够有这个部分，就尊重这个自由移动，然后还有一个是建立一个包容性，我觉得也许下一次移民署他不再去谈的是人口贩运了。他可能是把人口贩运的这个我们说的这个 best model， 他就可以提出来，然后来作为大家都可以来互相借鉴的地方了。好，我的报告到这边，谢谢。
谢谢刘黄老师在这么短时间内把这个如何有效的保障这种跨国的移工的各项权益的这个 ecosystem 可以讲得这么样的清楚哈，我相信各位一定跟我一样受益良多。那接下来呢是我们的第二位的语坛人呢，他是台湾展翅协会的陈义林秘书长，让我们掌声欢迎陈秘书长。
各位与会的来宾，大家午安。好，我是台湾展翅协会陈义林。好，那今天很高兴有这样的一个机会来这边参与这个被害人安全与新生主题的一个语谈。 那我想刚刚上一节就是大家听到3位主讲人的这个分享的内容哦，那其实这个内容都不尽相同。那但是我想说，其实我们谈的其实是相同的一个概念，就是以被害人为中心这样子的一个概念哦。那为什么要强调以被害人为中心？我想我们今天之所以站在这边，大家一起来反对和禁止奴隶制度或是奴役、劳力剥削、性剥削、器官买卖，其实都关联到我们所说的，我们在谈的人性尊严，每个人都有权利享有自由和安全，还有对儿童少年应该有的保护等等哦。那它其实都是根植于人权。那我想这个不管是在世界人权宣言啊、公政公约、儿童权利公约里面，其实都有非常详细的一个阐述。那在联合国这个人口贩运这个议定书里面，它其实也有明确的指出哦，我们应该在充分尊重人权的情况下，保护和协助人口贩运的被害人。所以我想今天在这样的一个场次，我们来强调以被害人为中心这样的一个概念哦。那这个以被害人为中心这样的一个概念，我认为其实也不应该只体现在我们所谓的被害人服务上面，不是说我是社工，我必须要服务被害人，我才要考量以被害人为中心这件事情。那今天如果我是司法人员，我的工作是犯罪调查和查缉，以被害人为中心就不是我的考量哦。我觉得可能不是这样的思考。我觉得当我们在谈这个整个人口贩运的防治工作上的时候，以被害人为中心这样子的概念应该要贯穿我们整个的人口贩运工作。好，那接下来我可能分几个部分来说明我这样的一个想法。第一个，我想这个政策和这个被害人鉴别哦，其实当我们在谈被害人的安全与新生这个议题上哦，就是政策和被害人鉴别其实是第一个要件，就是说当我们的这个政策或是定义很狭隘、法律很薄弱的时候，我们根本谈不到后面的被害人新生，因为我们根本就不可能鉴别出，或我们就不可能有被害人看到被害人哦。好，所以第一个部分。其实是会想要其实是想要来谈法令、政策和作为上哦，我们应该要持续的检视我们目前这样的一个法律政策或是作为，它是否能够足够回应或解决现有的问题，那或者是说在我们现有的这个制度设计上，是不是反而容易让人成为人口贩运被害人？就像刚刚刘黄老师提到的，我们的这个移工没有办法只有转换雇主这件事情，反而使他落入这样的一个脆弱处境哦。好，那当然我们目前国内的法律它是可以满足这个人口贩运议定书这样的一个要求哦。那不过我们看到这个 UNODC 它其实也建议哦，其实可以思考将一些不同形式的剥削哦纳入这个国内法的定义。那例如说像是强迫乞讨。或者是利用这个进行犯罪行为，包括像是诈骗啊，或是走私，或是这个毒品买卖等等，那还有这个强迫怀孕或是代理孕母等等哦。那我觉得其实我们主管机关应该要持续的了解我们国内相关的这个犯罪的形态哦，它是否其实它已经具有这个人口贩运这样的一个性质与特征。那也包括说对现状这样的一个分析哦，那我想我们才能更全面性的、更完整的来回应这样的一个问题。那其中也包括说这个未成年人性剥削这样的一个议题。就刚刚前面就林英君老师有分享，就是他听到在考核的时候听到县市谈到说有这个未成年的少女被妈妈就是带去这个坐台陪酒。这样子的议题，可是，在我们国内的人口贩运防治法里面，其实在性剥削上是非常狭隘的，就是这个有对价的性交或猥亵行为。那像坐台陪酒这样子，他如果是未成年人的坐台陪酒，他就只能用《儿少性剥削防治条例》来协助这个被害人，他其实没有办法落入到人口贩运这样子的一个范畴里哦。我想这也是我们持续要来检视这个法令的一个问题。 然后另外在作为上，实际的作为上，我想也可以举一个例子，例如我们看到说，其实扣留移工的护照，它其实是人口贩运里面的一个重要指标哦。那扣留护照，它其实容易使劳工落入一个容易受到剥削的情境哦，来成为人口贩运的一个被害人。那虽然我们在就业服务法里面有提到说，就是不能够在违反移工的这个意愿之下，去拿走他的这个旅行文件或护照等等，在实务上呢，可能我们还是会看到说，透过订立同意书这样子，好像可以合法化这样的一个作为的方式哦。事实上还是去收取了这个移工的这个护照。那所以事实上我们在作为上，即便法律上有定义，但法律上有规范，那但是我们在作为上怎么样可以更明确的去执行哦？那或者是说和来源国可以有更密切的一个合作跟这个对话，来避免像是中介收取服务费或者是押金等等这样的一个议题。好，那第二个部分我想谈这个人口贩运的鉴别哦，我们应该要做的是一个积极的鉴别。那这部分会分2个部分，一个是鉴别的对象，另外一个是我们鉴别的人力与资源哦。那怎么说积极鉴别呢？就是说，我们不是当看到人口贩运案件的时候，疑似人口贩运案件的时候才对这个我们找到这个被害人来做鉴别，而是说这个有可能是潜在的被害人或是脆弱的群体，我们都应该要积极的去鉴别。包括说这个今天也有讨论到的这个来这个私立大学就读的这个外籍的学生。那还有这个行方不明的这个移工，当他被找到的时候。然后还有这个包括说我们国人在海外可能会涉及犯罪，例如像是诈骗集团，或者是在走私渔船上面的外籍渔工，他们到底是不是人口贩运的被害人哦？或者里面有没有涉及人口贩运的一个议题哦？我觉得我们是应该采取一个更积极鉴别这样的一个态度。好，那在这个鉴别人力与资源上哦，就是依据国内的法律的规定，我们目前只有警察跟这个检察官负有这个鉴别的权利哦。那但是其他更多的这个专业人员哦，或是有可能会接触到这个潜在被害人的，其实应该也要有这个鉴别的这个能力的一个训练哦。虽然他们不负有最终这个鉴别这样的一个权利，但是他们可以协助识别以及通报，像是这个劳动检察员呐，或是卫生医疗人员、学校的辅导人员，等等哦，甚至民政人员、村里长、里干事这些人等等哦，当他们有可能是潜在这个被害人的接触者的时候，其实他们都应该要接受这样的一个训练。那更不用说，就是我们台湾现在很备受关注的这个远洋渔船的一个问题哦，我想需要再增加更多这个访查人员哦，来这个解决来做这个远洋渔船上面这个劳动检查还有劳力剥削案件调查这样的一个问题。好。那第3个是被害人服务的议题。那刚刚其实善牧的伙伴哦有分享很精彩的，就是他们服务这个被害人这样的一个工作。那我在这边也想分享哦，在这个被害人服务上面，其实我们同样也会去强调多元文化跟这个创伤复原这2个不同的这样的一个这2个面向哦。那在多元文化上，从表象上来看，当然我们知道说我们的外籍的被害人很多外籍的被害人，他们来自不同的国家，有不同的宗教信仰跟文化哦。那事实上，多元文化的意涵还包括说，如果我们从群体的层次上来看的话，种族、族群、性别、性倾向，好，我只剩3分钟，性倾向、年龄。社经地位，这其实它都可能是我们需要具备的这个面对多元文化、多元样态的一个敏感度哦。那在个人层次上哦，其实我们会看到说，每个人他都是一个独特的个体，那个体他有这个他独有的一个经验。那另外第二个部分就是说，我们必须要看到说，创伤它对于个人生理和心理上的这个潜在的短期和长期这样的一个影响。好，那回到被害人服务的提供上。 好，我想这个尊重被害人的这个接受安置的意愿与否是很重要的哦。那在成年人遭受性剥削的这样子的一个事件里面，这样的一个事件里面哦，其实现在国内的做法也会来评估被害人的家庭他是否有这个足够的保护能力。那除非说被害人家庭没有办法提供被害人相关的保护的话，我们才会去强制安置这个未成年的被害人。那如果是成年人被害人的话，那更不用说安置与否应该要尊重被害人的这个自主的一个意愿哦。好，然后第二个部分是说这个未成年人安全送返的一个措施哦。那国内目前我们虽然没有很多，但是每年还是有。近2年大概每年有10几位这个未成年外籍的这个人口贩运被害人哦。那在这个被害人的送返原生国这样子的一个协助上面哦，其实我们会希望说看到政府更多这个细致的安排，包括说是否可以先接触这个来源国的不管是政府组织也好，或非政府组织也好，确定这个被害人他是可以安全的返回国内。那另外第3个我想要强调的是哦，当这个国人，我们目前在谈被害人服务的时候，其实我们的焦点都放在外籍的被害人上面。那但是我们大家不要忽略了，就是我们国人可能是在国内被贩运，或者是在国外遭受人口贩运哦，像刚刚有提到的，就是打工度假这样的一个问题，或者是近几年有这个利用这个做犯罪行为这样的一个问题，或是在国外遭受性剥削这样的一个人口贩运的议题哦，这些被害人我们怎么去看见他们，怎么提供他们协助哦？我想这个是当他们回国的时候，因为有些如果是国内的这个成年人被害人，我们可能执法机关或行政机关会知道；那在国外的这个成年的被害人，我们可能政府机关并没有这个可能。并没有主动知悉这样子的一个方式，那我们怎么样让这些可能的被害人知道说政府有这样的一个资源，提供给他们？我想这是这个主管机关接下来可能要在就是可以再更努力的一个部分。好，那第4个是有关预防哦。第4个是有关预防，那我想这个预防其实是非常重要的一件事哦。如果我们有足够的这个预防的措施，其实我们就可以减少被害人的一个产生哦。那像刚刚其实这2年，我想大家也都很关注这个外籍学生哦，本来是来念书的，但是可能却被这个仲介带去工作，然后遭受劳力剥削这样的一个议题哦。那非常谢谢刚刚刘专委哦有分享，就是目前教育部拟定的非常完整的这样的一个措施来回应这样的一个问题。那其实我很期待说这样子的一个讯息哦，它不要只有今天来参加这个研讨会的人知道，然后也不要只有会懂中文的人知道。像这样的一个讯息，是不是我们可以有英文的版本，或者是针对像刚刚提到的我们这个印尼或是越南的学生特别多，这样的一个资讯的一个透明度，可以让学生们来了解。我想这也可以增加学生自我保护的能力。好，那另外还有我想。时间有限哦，那我可能就稍微跳到这个考核的部分哦。那非常感谢刚刚林盈君老师的分享，而且他接了这个研究案哦，来思考说我们国内的这个人口贩运的考核制度到底要怎么样来调整或修改。好，那我想第一个可能是就是我们主管机关可能要。确认说这个考核的目的是什么？因为现在我们的考核方式，我想可能是采用一个鼓励这样的一个态度哦，所以最后呈现出来的成绩大概就是特优、优等、甲等、乙等这样子。那特优可是99.9分跟90分可能都是特优，但是我们看不到那个差异性，那可能大家也就没有这样子的一个好还要求更好这样子的一个激励这样的一个动机。我想这是第一个部分，就是说考核的目的，我们到底是鼓励呢，还是说我们就是实质的要来跟大家讨论大家的这人口贩运防治工作的一个内涵哦。那第二个是，其实我觉得可以多去强调这个统整性的政策和策略哦，即便在地方政府也是哦。好，我时间已经到了，那我讲最后一点好了。那我觉得。人口贩运的考核哦，其实我觉得中央可以再扮演更多一点 引导性的角色，就是今天中央我们想要在人口贩运工作上面强调什么样的一个重点？我觉得这样的一个重点可以透过考核的机制来反映或是引导县市政府一起朝这个方向去努力。例如我们今年度的中央或者下一年度中央的想法的政策上，我们是例如我们要把这个通译人才资料库完整的建制好。那我们在不管是在中央的政策的这个政策规划上，或是透过考核的这个制度的设计上，我们怎么样引导地方县市政府一起来参与，来建立这个通译人才资料库哦？我想这是在这个思考考核机制建立的时候可以思考的一个方向。好，以上谢谢。
好，非常谢谢秘书长。秘书长，请您在台上稍微留步一下。那等一下呢，就直接在台上加入我们的综合讨论以及最后的 Q&A 哦。我们要非常谢谢我们下午的这一个场次，谢谢如督导、刘素妙专门委员、林云君助理教授，以及刚才2位的语坛人呢，为我们分享了这么多。And thank you once again to all of our speakers in this session. And now we still have about 30 minutes for the panel discussion and the Q&A。那最后呢，我们要邀请所有的讲者呢回到台上来哦。是我们综合讨论以及最后 Q&A 的时间。我们再次有请督导，再次有请专委，再次有请林助理教授、刘黄教授以及陈秘书长，那以及我们这个场次的主持人郑晶晶委员。We'd like to invite all our speakers back to the stage for the panel discussion。那么最后时间呢，一样再次交还给我们的主持人郑晶晶委员 ，back to our moderator。
谢谢。我想这个今天的研讨已经到了尾声哈，那我们还是要针对我们今天的第2个议题呢哈，来进行一些双向的一个交流哈。那我想我们今天这个议题有3个很精彩的报告，那刚刚2位语坛人也针对了3个报告呢做了非常精彩的语谈。那接下来我们就把时间开放给在场的所有的听众。好，那是不是请这位先生您先提问的时候，是不是可以麻烦您就是稍微说明一下您是想要请教哪一位，好不好？谢谢。
谢谢主持人，台湾人权促进会秘书长施义祥。那首先我想要请问教育部的刘专门委员哈，就是感谢您的报告。那但是您的报告里面就是说，从标题到内容其实都没有特别用到人口贩运的这个词。然后，但是我们今天是一个防止人口贩运的国际工作坊，所以想要特别请问您，在这个境外学生的相关的案例哈。就是说，您认不认为它是人口贩运的案件？那如果是的话，那为什么教育部要就是说为什么不走人口贩运防治的这个管道？然后比方说相关的案件，可能就是请这个比如说可能地检署也要介入去调查。那如果有涉及人口贩运的事实，那是不是也要提供相关的庇护？那为什么是由教育部来进行一个专案的处理？这是第一个问题。然后第2个问题就是特别想要请问这个那个就是中央警大的林君老师吼。那如果我们认为境外生的这个是人口贩运的案件，那我们未来相关的考核是不是也应该要新增相关的指标来进行相关的处理？然后再来就是考核这个相关人口贩运的考核，除了地方的考核之外，我们知道很多中央机关也跟人口贩运的案件有关。那未来有没有可能是有人口贩运的中央各部会的相关的考核？其实，在性平业务的考核，其实那个中央跟地方其实都要接受考核的。那未来有没有可能这样子的一个走向？谢谢。
谢谢您的提问。那我们接下来是不是先请刘专门委员来做一个回应？谢谢。
好的，谢谢我们人权促进会的秘书长哈。首先呢，我要跟大家这个说明哦，我们认为哦，就是说在学校，也就是教育机构这个部分哦，并没有所谓的人口贩运的这样的事实，但是呢，因为学校可能这个讯息不清楚或者是他没有去过问。 因此呢，让这个仲介违法的仲介有这个空间去这个让学生到这个比较这个工作环境不优，那工时又长的这样子的地方受到一些剥削的情况，那所以仲介业者可能也许就是说有这个需要就是送检调来查处的地方，因此呢。事实上，在前面几个个案发生之后，那教育部针对学校因为教育部就是这个负责学校这个部分呢，对查处之后呢，也对这个相关的这个违法中介业者也提送这个检调去做查处。因此，在学校这一端呢，我们并没有发现。有人口贩运的这个情形，但是仲介业者那边我们为了这个做一些预防以及保护这个学生呢，所以我们检调的部分我们是这个仲介的部分我们是有检调查处。那为什么是教育部？因为呢这个是发生在学校。学生的场域，因此是由教育部来这个成立这个跨部会专案小组把外交部、领务局、那个内政部移民署，还有这个劳动部劳发署等等，都这个放进来我们这个小组的成员，那共同来做，因为这个事实上，这个案例来说，它不是只有关系到学校或学生而已，它还关系到业者。不法的业者所以呢，我们也请这个劳动部劳发署呢，这个对于厂商就是这个工读的场所以及违法的仲介都能够协助我们来做这些查处，因为我们没有这个相关的这个劳动法规可以来规范这一些业者或者是厂商，因此呢。才会由教育部出面成立一个跨部会的小组，做全面性的这个清查跟防堵，来保护我们的学生。
好，谢谢。那我们接下来请林教授来回应。
好，那个有，第一个就是我们在所有的县市政府的一开始联系汇报的那个要求里面，我们其实都有要求教育局必须要去参加那个联系汇报，然后我过去比较多力气是放在未成年儿少性剥削，那要求教育局要去分析过去1年所有他们接触到的案例，然后把那个就是把警政跟社政跟教育的系统联合，做成一个国小的所有的每个国小的老师都应该要去当种子教师，然后去上课到所有的孩子身上啦，那是其中一个。所以教育局其实每个县市政府的教育局都有进到这个考核里面。那但是今天你提到境外生，境外生其实我知道有在做的就是基隆啦，那但是这个不冲突，就是说我们在考核表里面对宣导的那一块，其实应该是放在教育局要对宣导的那一块。那可能这件事有点难，就是说我们没有办法100%把那个评分都写在那个 item 里面，但是它确实是我们目前在考核的项目的其中一个。那所有县市政府的教育局都是要介入的。好，那第二个部分就是在讲中央考核。有，我们其实有考虑要让移民署所有的专勤队跟服务站进来。我讲得很小声，因为这件事情也是要跟他们讨论一下啦。但是移民署确实也是有觉得这件事如果该做，因为其实我们在跑地方政府的时候，他们也都会去反映说，觉得很多人口贩运的案件其实还是在专勤队在查缉，所以确实这个讨论是有要让他们考虑让他们放进来这样。嘿，那谢谢你的提醒，确实都有进来。
好，谢谢。好像 Lady First。
Good afternoon. I'm Father Joy. I came here to represent the Catholic Bishops' Conference in Taiwan. I think there are 3 major problems in human trafficking in Taiwan. But I think the first problem is the Taiwanese. The Taiwanese are afraid. The Taiwanese government and the Taiwanese people are afraid to address the problem of migrant workers in Taiwan. That's why the government, the employers, are ambivalent in their decision making. And the three main problems of human trafficking in Taiwan, we all said that today, this morning, and Ms. Lee Chuan said that also this afternoon. Number one, why not get rid of the broker system? This is the parasite, the main major problem of human trafficking in Taiwan. The systematic abuse of the broker system that everybody, the employer, the government, look the other way around. Second, you mentioned the right to transfer. In Taiwan, it's like death if you ask for job transfer. It's like moving mountains to get the transfer. And third, Taiwan is afraid of immigration. You have zero population growth. There are now almost 300,000 migrant workers in Taiwan. Not a single migrant worker is qualified to be an immigrant in Taiwan. You only allowed 2 people to be an immigrant in Taiwan. You get married to a Taiwanese, or you are a professional. You are an engineer, you are a doctor, you are a professor. There's a brain drain in Taiwan, but there's also a workforce drain in Taiwan. And that is the reality that I said, Taiwan is afraid of new immigrants. You yourself, the government itself, block immigration system. But if you look at the Western countries, Canada, United States, Australia, England, they're open to immigration because they know, even Japan is open now, because they know without the new blood, without the young people, the workforce will always be short. There's a big shortage of workforce in Taiwan. So what happened to the big companies like AUO, CPIL, ASE, Honhai, Largan? All these big companies employ migrant workers to be competitive to the international market. There are your treasures, there are your diamonds for these major companies, and yet they are being treated as slaves, minimum wage, despicable housing system, and the abusive broker system. To me, after 21 years of living in Taiwan, the problem is very clear. And every year there's a legislation. Every year there's a top discussion on human trafficking. And I always say, one act, remove all these barriers, and all our problems will be solved. For example, applying to university. Why do they have to go to broker in order to apply to study in Taiwan? You don't have that to go to US or to Canada. You can go directly to the university and apply. But in Taiwan, they encourage students to apply through the brokers. The brokers are so powerful. Everybody is afraid of them, including the government, including the legislators, everybody. I have spoken to the past 4 presidents. Get rid of the broker. And it's blank. Nothing happened. So now, 20 years later, the problem is the same. The broker system, get rid of them. Allow the migrant workers to transfer, especially if the employment is abusive, the working condition is bad, and open Taiwan for immigration. I myself, I applied to become a Taiwanese. They refused. And I said, why? Because you always speak about human rights and migration. I said, they don't kill a priest for saying mass, but they will kill a priest because you defend the migrant workers against the systematic abuse of the broker system in Taiwan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. How?
No, and that's really a question. It's a challenge to everybody
Okay.
that we act together. Because to me, the solution is very clear. But it makes it, we go in circle every year. We go in circle every year.
So do you need anyone, want anyone to comment on your?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
刚刚好像他有提到刘黄老师，他说他 recognize 的问题一直都在嘛，哈。那他说刚刚今天刘黄老师也有稍微提到这个 system 的问题。那刘黄老师，您想要回应一下吗？好，谢谢。
我想我很快的回应刚刚我们所提到的这个问题哈，有关于就我所知道的，就是其实台湾现在面临的是真实的长期的缺工，所以即使在思考，就是我们过去都只有移工这个系统，然后另外一个移民的系统只是特别针对所谓的专业工作者。那现在是我知道现在是希望能够即使是在移工的这个系统里面，也就是说包括比方说像境内的传产或者是我们说的制造业的这个部分的移工，家事工的这个部分我必须要再确认。我知道在我们的新经济移民法里面，虽然说这个法已经行政院这个部分已经提出来了，可是现在是在立法院里面卡关。那卡关主要是国人对于我们所谓的在移工的这个部分，就是在制造业或者是在照顾服务业的这个部分的劳工，他是不是可以适用在新经济移民？也就是说，他经过了一段时间之后，他可以转换成移民的身份。那这个移民的身份，他也很可能他是一个长期居留，或者是一个永久居留，他或者是规划为台湾人。那这个管道是政府有这样子的一个想法，所以这个草案我知道，它其实行政院的版本里面是有这样子的一个管道的，它卡在的是在立法院里面，对于这个部分，主要是有一些公民团体，他对于这个有疑虑，所以我想特别针对这个部分，特别提出来，因为我自己本身是支持说，我们应该要让移工的系统跟移民的系统在某一个程度，它必须要有个接轨。为什么？如果我们长期都是使用的都是像这样子的这种短期的这种移工的这个系统，任何一个外籍劳工他来到这边，他如果知道他最多也就是12年，那么他其实对这个地方是没有想象的，他对这个地方他也不会投入他的热情，他也不会投入他的心力。尤其是如果这12年他拿的薪资永远都是一样的话，都是在所谓的最低基本工资的话，他没有因为他的能力而能够有一些升级的话，那我想他是不会再贡献他更多他自己的专业，对不对？所以我想其实这个是一个正向的，而且我知道经建会它其实也是往这个方向。那我们现在需要做的是怎么样去说服我们大多数的其他的这些人，那能够去接受这样子的一个政策立法的方向。我想先回应这个部分。
谢谢。好，那我刚刚看到的有一个女士，请您发言。
是宜兰县渔工职业工会秘书长李丽华。我想要请教一下那个刘专员哦，您刚刚有提到有关于这个学生的问题，那您也有提到说代办是合法的，那仲介公司是不合法的，那您又有提到说有些违法的仲介，那所以有一些是没有违法的仲介，是合法的仲介。我不知道代办跟仲介怎么样界定。那据我所知啊，在国外这些仲介公司都换一个身份，它叫做代办，所以我不知道你们是怎么样界定。然后另外一个就是在国外端的招生，我不知道你们用什么样的机制去监督啊？是不是这个学校到那边去，比方说印尼，去印尼那边学校拍几张照片给你们看，就觉得说他们是有真正现场去招生，亲自去招生吗？那就我们所知的情况并不是这样。好，请教。
好，谢谢，麻烦刘专门委员回应。
好，谢谢秘书长的问题哈，两个部分，代办跟仲介，事实上呢，教育部或教育单位并没有去界定所谓的代办。什么叫代办？什么叫仲介？像国内啊，那个留学服务业者它是有一些规范的，所以它是可以合法的来服务这个想要到国外去的留学生。但是这一些不管叫做代办或者叫做仲介或者是叫人力资源公司或者什么名称都有什么名称都有。那这些呢，它是国外的公司或国外的机构，它不受我们国内的法规，或者是甚至是教育法规根本规范不到它，所以这个仲介在当地 可能他是登记有案的，是这个立案合法立案的，也有可能没有合法立案。那他在当地国这个服务代办这个留游学服务代办也可能是跟当地国有合法立案，也可能不是。也可能没有，是违法的，所以都有可能。那我们所说的这个学生在获得学校入学许可之后，那去找合法他当地国的合法的留游学服务业者，也就是代办的业者，帮他跑签证啦，帮他办机票啦，等等这一些那这一些是学生自己跟这个当地的业者这个留游学服务业者他之间的合约关系他之间的委托关系那这个就跟我们规范学校说你不得透过中介去当地招生这个就不一样。不一样。那因为我们没有办法得知当地的中介业者到底有没有合法立案，因为实在太多了。像越南他的这个代办或者是他的中介的这样子的服务，其实非常盛行。那我们完全不知道这个到底中介有没有合法立案，那他的收费合不合理，会不会因此就是跟学生订有这个契约，然后呢，用一些什么来台在攻读付学费啦、付住宿费啦、生活费这一些方式来剥削学生。所以呢，我们禁止这个国内的学校在招生的时候是由中介去招，而不是自己去招的。我们要求学校要到当地去招，当地去招，然后呢要跟学生面谈，确定。那并且跟这个学生呢，说清楚他的招生规定，招生简章，有没有提供奖助学金，有没有学杂费减免等等，这些都要说得很清楚，而不能透过中介业者，因为中介业者是算人头的，他这个跟学生讲的可能就会说，这个学校提供全额奖助学金，所以你不用带钱，你就可以到台湾去完成4年的学业等等这一些，因为他一个人头他就可以拿到多少中介费，所以这是比较我们没有办法防范的。因此我们在招生的时候，禁止学校用中介去招生。但是招到学生之后，这个学生到底要不要请留游学服务业者帮他代办这一些证件呐，等等这一些或机票这一些，那这一些就不是我们所说的那个中介的这个部分。那到底学校会不会说拍几张照片那假的骗我们？为了防范这个，所以我刚刚的报告里面有特别提到这个我们跨部会的即时通报群组。如果说像外交部在驻外管处的签证官，他如果发现这个学生是这个，因为这个中介业者在当地签证官常常会碰到比如说签证官或者外交部就曾经有这个发文告知我们，某某公司当地的某某公司，他以前都是中介劳工来的，但是现在他来我们这边洽办的是学生签证。他就会提高警觉，会报回来，那我们就会去查处。那查处如果说确实是有问题的，是透过中介招生的，那签证官就不，我们回复那签证官就不会发给他来台签证，他是没有办法拿到签证来台就读的所以这是有一个跨部会的机制来做查核的以上先做这样的摘要回应，谢谢。
谢谢刘专门委员请。
好，谢谢主持人我是桃园市群众服务协会移工服务及庇护中心主任汪英达我是下午第一次发言。我们早上听到了美国无人所大使 Richmond 的讲的一些内容他说呢，其实讲得很直白了我们每一年看到移民署在这个 Tip Report Tier 1之后，每次都花大钱做一个公关秀。可是今天美国无人所大使他的录影演讲非常清楚了，给你们打了一大巴掌了。他说什么？台湾人这个奴役人口贩运其实非常严重的。台湾，而且他清楚讲了2个点，必须要禁止中介对移工收钱、收中介费，相关费用应该由雇主来支付。 第二个，应该要严禁扣留移工的证件。刚刚我非常赞同奕霖刚刚讲的，这个扣留证件就是一个非常重要的人口贩运的指标。各位今天到街上问问看，随便问任何一个外籍劳工，有哪一位他有完全他的证件，他的护照、居留证，如果移工的话，还加上他的海员证，还加上他的劳动契约、工资切结书以及所有他的相关证件，他有一份 copy， 有哪一位全部都有？非常少有，非常少有。有几位移工他来台之前没有债务拘束，没有付了一大笔钱，然后用那个债务拘束，然后用法院当他的这个追债工具，有多少？不是完全没有啊，有的是没有的，可是有多少没有？比例非常少，比例非常少。这些清楚的指标，就是国际上公认的奴役以及人口贩运，清清楚楚。台湾到现在都是这样子，我讲了很多年，一讲再讲。台湾70万个移工，其中绝大多数都是奴役以及人口贩运的被害人。不要再做这公关秀了。早上这个 Richmond 讲的，跟我们下午讲好几个东西啊，一扣连，我们就很清楚看到为什么台湾的这个奴役的现象数十年如一日。拿最后面的林老师讲的考核来讲好了，我不是有意要顶撞您啊，可是您知不知道现场我们的第一线的这些司法警察单位是如何来处理人口贩运的鉴别的呢？我们现在任何一个我们这些 NGO 认为有疑似人口贩运情况的案件，到任何一个司法警察机关，包括警察、移民署、海巡，还有调查局等，常常会遇到第一线人员是热心想要办理的，他们就会把案情报回给他们的主管，结果呢，几乎千篇一律得到的答案都是对不起，我们办不了，主管说不行，这不是人口贩运，这只是劳资争议，这只是违反那个就业服务法。为什么呢？因为他们什么都不问，他们不管你有没有扣薪，他不管你有没有债务拘束，他不管你有没有扣护照，有没有扣居留证，通通不管，一个都不管。他也不管你有没有许可外工作，他不管你工时多长，一个都不管，也不管你薪水有没有照发，有没有欠下一大堆的加班费，他只管2件事：第一，有没有肢体暴力，有没有被打；第二，有没有被关。全台湾的司法警察单位跟司法单位只管这2件事，这是什么人口贩运啊？这是人口贩运吗？不是。我要回一下我第一位我们第一位督导，我必须要讲，人口贩运绝对不仅仅是被少数人口贩运集团用非法手段让他做许可外的非法工作，这样的被害人才叫做人口贩运。他的护照被扣了，他有债务拘束了，他因为有这些庞大的压力，他不得不顺从雇主，不得不顺从仲介。他要申诉，他没有办法很正常的申诉。他在整个台湾的这个剥削跟压迫体制下，他根本难以伸张他的正义的情况之下，他就是一个人口贩运被害人，并绝对不只是什么少数的贩运集团骗了他，然后把他丢到一个他根本不知道的农场，做了他原来完全不相称的工作。这当然是，可是我说绝对不只是这样，就是因为我们台湾的官方一直这样看。然后我们的司法警察跟司法单位呢，都只把那2个指标当成唯一的指标，其他的完全不管。所以我要回到林老师，您知道这个是现场的状况吗？您刚刚提到里面有找 NGO 来座谈，我们庇护中心成立6年，我讲我们的历史是很短的，比我们服务移工长的 NGO 大有人在，那这个刚刚发言的丽华，他们的工会也成立6年了，丽华服务移工也非常久了，还有我们知道 TIWA 这服务移工也超过有20年时间了，这些移工的 NGO 这些团体有被你们咨商过吗？有被你们问过吗？我想都没有啊，有吗？我从来我不相信任何一个政府单位，从劳动部啊这些单位，我不相信任何一个单位不知道我们这些 NGO 是长期服务移工的 NGO。我们从来没有被问过， 为什么？你们不想找我们这会骂人的？哦，我不是批评其他 NGO， 可是我说这为什么我不知道你们有找过 NGO 来谈呢？那你们谈的这些考核是考核什么东西呢？你们那些文书，我老实讲都是空的。你们如果连第一线的办案是怎么办的，我都不知道，你们在考核什么东西呢？又变成文书的。我非常非常直接的一个判断，为什么这几年人口贩运的鉴别越来越难做？就是因为我们政府想要把人口贩运的母数给缩小，母数缩小了，被害人的数目变小了，当然起诉率会提高嘛。这是在玩数字游戏，这是欺世盗名啊！这是欺世盗名啊！为什么要不断的在重复这样的事情呢？为什么到现在还在说除了殴打跟拘禁，其他都不是人口贩运呢？那我们这个研讨会在办什么东西呢？刚才义祥问了也很跟这个教育部的回应，让我们觉得很傻眼。今天我们讲的是人口贩运的研讨会，今天教育部代表来说，我们这个境外生从来没有人口贩运的事情，拜托我们前几年发生过多少事啊？你跟我说没有，这是我们大家都很傻眼的事情。好，那这个。对，然后这个对于
不好意思哦，这个时间的关系，因为刚才好像还有一位观众要提问，我们留一点点时间。
新南向学生啊，从来不是你讲的那样子。我听到的就跟丽华刚讲的一样，通通都是透过中介来招生，通通都是第一年就开始有大量时数要在工厂实习。我不知道您的这个政策宣传跟实务上有多大差距。好，就讲到这边，谢谢，不好意思。
好，那我们是不是请林教授回应一下？
我好冤枉，丽华，你认不认识我？好，我从2005年台湾还没有人口贩运防治法的时候，我就在 NGO 里面做人口贩运。那个时候第一次台湾派了 team 来到台湾的时候，就是我接待的。好，我是做 victim 出来的。我有一本书叫《看不见的世界》，那本书里面就是告诉你。Debt bondage 绝对就是人口贩运，好，那我今天没有带书，我明天送你一本，好，所以对我其实这么多年来一直都在讲，就是我觉得台湾的人口贩运的定义是有问题的，好，那所以我其实不觉得，我没有觉得我其实一直很感谢政府单位愿意把这么 radical 的我加入这个组织啦。那但是我 NGO 出来，我也不觉得，就是其实我觉得很多事情 NGO 跟 GO 之间是要合作的，因为我们其实就是希望事情可以更好。我其实是一个很 radical 的人啦，没有，但所以我告诉大家，就是 debt bondage 对我而言就是 human trafficking。OK， 好，所以并不是那样。那我自己在中央警察大学教书，我自己的所有的学生在场有2个哈。那我自己的所有的学生其实都知道我的论述，但是我也做很多警察的 training。但是我觉得这个东西就是我100%同意，就是我们有非常多的劳动剥削被当劳资争议。那我其实觉得很多的 training 可能要进到。prosecute 就是检察官跟法官的部分，因为警察都会办，他们不会不办。为什么？如果他们办，你打电话给我好不好？因为他们为什么不会不办？因为他有 quota 呀，他有业绩压力呀，他可能案子送上去被检察官跟法官拒绝。但是我这么多年来，我做人口贩运15年了，我从来没有机会跟法官做交流。好，那这是我承认的。好，然后第2个我想要解释一下。就是我在上移民法的课程的第1堂课，我就会告诉，我想跟 Joy Father 讲，就是我在上移民法的第1堂课的时候，就跟所有的学生讲，台湾没有移民法，为什么？那是因为我们的历史根源。1949年中国国民党来到台湾之后，好，我们就是 Martial Law， 我们就是不要让人进来，跟不要进去，因为我们要反攻大陆。好，我们要保密防谍。台湾什么时候开始可以去中华人民共大陆地区？那是因为1990年代开始，台湾的移民是非常后端的部分。台湾没有移民法，台湾第1次要有移民法，就是刘黄老师讲的新经济移民法。我们不是因为台湾没有移民，不是因为台湾人不接受移民，那是有很后面的政治背景的关系。所以这个东西是非常 slow 的在台湾进行这样子。那就是刚刚刘黄老师也解释过了，家庭看护工14年之后，也许他们可以拿到 permanent residence， 这是也许那目前计划当中的部分。那我非常乐见这个部分。
好，谢谢。我想主持人最重要的工作就是控制时间哈，但是我也没有控制得很好哈。我们已经离表定的时间已经超过3分钟了哈，所以呢，我想我在这边呢哈，可能就要来宣布我们今天的议题2呢就到这边告一个段落。非常感谢各位的参加，也谢谢今天所有的报告人、与谈人，谢谢。
谢谢，我们再次掌声，谢谢主持人以及我们的所有的讲者以及语坛贵宾哦。不好意思，时间的关系，没办法回答大家所有的问题哦。那我们也非常谢谢我们现场有很多 NGO 以及民间的代表呢，持续的鞭策我们哦。那讲话有多激动，就代表对这个事情有多重视，有多热血。我们是不是再给自己一个掌声好吗？那政府呢，当然还有很多不足的地方哦。那我们也不要全部抹杀政府的作为。那当然，我们也需要你们持续的鞭策，我们会继续努力。那我们再次谢谢台上的所有贵宾。我们今天第1天的这个会议呢，就到此告一段落。我们明天呢是9点半开始哦，请各位贵宾准时参加。请大家离场的时候记得要归还口译设备哦。那同时也要记得，我们今天第1天的会议也要帮我们签退。谢谢您 ，Ladies and gentlemen, the first day of 2020 International Workshop on Combating Human Trafficking. And here, we thank you very much for your participation and for the input of all of our speakers on the stage. We value your input. We value your feedback very much. Thank you again, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. 谢谢。